Morning, honorable members and our guests and the department and officials.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. I think the time is up fast. We have to start our meeting. Do we correct?
Recording in progress.
Yes, we do, Chair.
Okay. Can we bow our heads where we are? Just for a minute. Thank you very much. The reason of starting with bowing our heads, in Eastern Cape, we have a tragedy of the floods and also, I would say, the storm. Plus minus 90 people have died in that tragedy. So we have to just put them in our prayers. And I hope and wish that they will be buried with peace. May their soul rest in peace. Now I know that the meeting is gonna be in two phases. Secretary will be the other one that will be in the afternoon, and also there is this one that is starting now. So let us not just waste time. Let's just go to the business of the day, and I wish to welcome everybody in a meeting. But even before that, I welcome everybody in a meeting. Let us welcome a new member that has been sworn in by the name of Masupa Musomi. I don't know on how to pronounce it. She is going to assist us. You are welcome, honorable member. This is a committee of electricity and energy. Here we are like brothers and sisters. We love one another. If one makes a mistake, she is being corrected by other members, and then we'll take it forward. Anyway, you will also enjoy so in return once more.
We're losing you at times, Chair.
If the members will also introduce themselves. Yeah?
Your audio is poor, Chair. We're losing you at times. Now we can't hear anything, Chair.
You can't hear anything. I will.
Now it's better.
It's better now, ne?
Yes, Chair.
I was welcoming the new honorable member that has joined us, and I was saying it's gonna be easy for herself to introduce herself, and also we give also other members to introduce themselves to her. Can we do that?
Miss Sompa Masui only came on now, Chair. On the
She was
platform.
not on.
Yeah, she only came in now. There she goes, Chair.
Okay. No, we understand that a member has never been late, but she has just been delayed somewhere. We are welcoming you, honorable member. We are saying you are free to join this family of electricity and energy, and we hope that you will enjoy your time. And we, as members of this committee, will also enjoy ourselves with you. You know, here we are taking one another as sisters, because here we are a member of a committee. We are not, though we are representing our organizations, but we take decision as a committee. And if one messes, she is or he is going to be cautioned, and he will also or she will also be realized that, and she will be at least carry on with the meeting. So we even hope ourselves, you are also gonna be like that. You will treat us and take us as your family, brother and your sister. But it doesn't mean that you don't represent your organization. But that one is not key and critical. Thank you very much. We want you to introduce yourself, honorable member, because really I am unable to pronounce the surname and we don't want to pronounce your surname wrongly. And we will give you an opportunity to just know other members that are within your committee too. Over to you, honorable member.
Okay, good morning, honorable members. My name is Nombitselo Susan Sompa Masiu. I'm a member of
Can you
parliament.
repeat the surname?
Masiu Sompa. It's a double barrel surname. Sompa
Oh,
Masiu.
okay.
It's I'm from Northwest. I'm from Northwest. My home is Northwest. So I'm a member of this committee, but I'm also sitting in the committee of COGTA. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable member. Can we request other members to introduce themselves so that the honorable can at least have an idea? If there is a way of other members to open up the video, can we request them to do that? I'm really struggling with the network. I will open up the video if it allows me to do that. So if others are able to, so that she sees the faces just, and then you just switch on and switch off. I know for a fact that the network is a challenge in our areas. Over to you. Which one is going to start, Secretary?
Chairperson, my video is open, so I'll go first.
Yes, you. What a lovely hairstyle.
My name is Nazir Paulson. I'm deployed to this committee by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I also serve on the Portfolio Committee for Forestry, Fisheries and Environment as an alternative. Good morning and welcome. And good morning, members. Good morning to the Department of Electricity and Energy as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next one.
Next one,
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Honorable Crown Prince Adilin Chabeleng. I'm a member of MK, Mkonto Wesiso Party, and I serve on the Portfolio Committee of Electricity and Energy. And yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Thank you very much with your lovely hairstyle, too.
I'll go next, Chair. My name is Kevin Milam. I am from the Eastern Cape, the area Bedford, Fort Beaufort, Stutterheim, Cathcart. I'm representing the Democratic Alliance, and I've been on energy and electricity. This is my 7th year of doing it.
Hey, all of you, you've got new hairstyles. As if you know that Honorable Masumpo was going to be available today. Thank you, Nkaya.
Sure, perhaps I should go next. I don't have as nice a hairstyle as the other members, but my name is Fasia Hassan. I'm also a member of the committee from the ANC, and I serve on the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Committee as well. Thank you.
Chair, I'm struggling with the video here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Well, now we can't.
Yes, my husband, since I'm struggling with the networks, you see, when I am out of the network system, please assist me at all times.
Sure,
yeah,
Chair.
thank
No
you very
problem.
much. We hope that you'll have a new hairstyle next time. Thank you. Oh, next one.
Can you hear better?
Yes, Mr. Mbata.
Okay, thanks. My name is Sipho Mbata. I represent Umkhonto Wesizwe. You're welcome. You didn't say which party are you representing. We have parties here. There's no independent here.
Wait, but I am the chairperson. I am the one who's going to ask all those questions from the new member. Don't speed. I know for a fact that it's coming from Northwest. Yeah. Where's your pick? Why don't you open up your video? We want to see you.
I'm not able to open it. I don't know what's going on, Chair.
Okay, next time he will be able to see you. Thank you very much. Next one.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Vusumuzi Nkosi, known by Vusi. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you very much, Chair. You are welcome, the new member. We're just going to hear now maybe which party she is from, but you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. You are right. It is not as important as to know the faces and also the names. The party where she comes from will be known by everybody, and definitely it's automatic. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Is there any other member or secretary?
Mr. Baptiste.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee, colleagues. Special good morning to our new member, and good morning to all the officials that are on the platform with us. My name is Edwin Baptiste. I'm from the Southern KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm here representing the Democratic Alliance. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baptiste. I think you were the last one, eh? Is Honorable Nkwankwa with us?
No, Chair, no. Mr. Baptiste was the last one, Chair.
Was the last one. Okay. Honorable member, if you are also able to open up your video, and then you can inform them where are you coming from, which party are you representing, which is not important as the one of introducing your name. Honorable Masumba.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm from the party called African National Congress. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now they know you are from the Titanic organization, and there is only Titanic, because we are the largest party. We might not be the
Titanic.
Yeah, the Titanic. You know, we are a Titanic.
Yeah, it's sunk.
Chair, call an order on Honorable Paulson.
Chair, no, it used to be Titanic. No longer Titanic. It's a boat now.
It used to be Titanic.
It used to be Titanic. It's a boat.
We are the largest organization in this.
The largest boat, yes.
Yeah, and you can't be the largest in SMAP. Thank you very much for that nice introduction. We wish to once more welcome you.
There in the Umlazi River.
You have forgotten to even introduce yourself as Moses. His name is Moses. I can see that he never mentioned that. Moses from the Bible.
Yes.
Okay. Secretary, can we request you to flight the agenda, please? Thank you very much, Secretary. Then we will request the apologies and also read the leaders on the agenda so that we can be able to accept the apologies and then also adopt simultaneously with the agenda. And then we will request the department and our guests or presenters to introduce themselves when they speak, because we cannot just waste time in terms of, though it is critical for honorable member to know the officials and the departmental officials in particular. I am not sure who else is in the meeting. Rico, is the minister or deputy minister present with us?
Let me proceed with the apologies, Chair.
Okay. Get
We've
into apologies. Honorable members must accept them, and then you also go to the agenda on what is it that's going to happen today. Over to you, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. So we've received the following apologies, Chair. The Minister, who's unable to attend due to him attending cabinet subcommittees. I saw the Deputy Minister on the platform, Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, but she requested, Chair, to leave at around 10:40 this morning as he has to attend cabinet subcommittees. Then we've also received an apology from the Acting Director General of the Department of Electricity and Energy, as he is attending cabinet subcommittees as well, Chair, is presenting an item there. But he did indicate that the DDG, Dr. Bungwadan, is leading the department delegation, Chair. So those are the apologies received, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And then just to go on with the agenda for this morning, we have a full day today, Chair, from now up until 6 o'clock this evening. So first we'll get a briefing by the Department of Electricity and Energy on its revised strategic plan 2530, annual performance plan 2526, and the budget vote number 10 for 2526, including the impact on the entities, if any. And then after that, Chair, briefing by the SANEDI on their strategic plan, annual performance plan, and budget for 25-26 financial year. Then after lunch, Chair, at 2 o'clock, we'll proceed with the briefings by the NNR and NRWDI on their respective strategic plans, APPs, and budget, Chair. So that's it for the whole day, Chair. Both the programs has been sent to members, Chair, so we'll adopt both. I mean, it's one meeting, Chair. So yeah, that's it, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now the honorable members are able to hear what's going to happen, and it is unfortunately that your agenda is not moving. It's standing and it's not shown, because when you presented it to us, but fortunately you have sent it to us before the meeting starts. Can we then get an honorable member who is willing to accept and also adopt the agenda? Honorable Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to accept the apologies. I have a problem with the agenda, and that is as follows. The briefing by the DEE. We received that presentation at 7:30 this morning. Now, we've previously indicated that we would require presentations at least 7 days in advance. The DEE is well aware of it. It is a 44-slide presentation. I'm not sure when they expected us to actually have the time to consider it. I think that we should reject the DEE's presentation at this time and make them come back at a time when we have had an opportunity to present it.
Okay. You accept the apologies, and then you don't have Moses. Okay, noted. Moses. Honorable Mbata, your hand is up.
Yeah, my hand is up.
Moses' hand was up.
Chairperson, I will propose the secondment of the agenda as it has been proposed. Can you hear me, Chair?
No, I hear you, but you are seconding something that hasn't been adopted. Mr. Honorable Mylem Kevin is saying that let's reject this part or this session of the DE because of the late arrival of the documents. And now you are saying we are seconding. Can you?
Oh, no, I may have understood what he was saying.
Yeah.
I think, Chair, I will support the agenda.
Okay, you are adopting the agenda.
No, I will support because he was not supporting the agenda. He was actually requesting something different, the rejection of the agenda as we start. I am proposing, I am supporting. Yes, I'm proposing the adoption.
Yes, that's the terminology that is familiar to everyone, the adoption of the agenda. So Honorable Bata is adopting the agenda. Honorable Mylem is having another view in terms of the lateness of what is this? The information and the documents that have arrived late. Okay, let me look at other hands. Oh, there's a string of hands. Honorable Honorable Fasia.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Two things I thought it's important to put forward. I hope I'm audible. I'm just changing devices. Right, so two important things. I think the first point is that we haven't yet necessarily agreed on the actual number of days in which we have to accept presentations or any information from the department, right? Not officially and not in this term. But I think the point is noted by Honorable Mylem, and perhaps, Chair, you can have an offline discussion with the department as well, maybe through a RICO, and we can confirm or agree on an X number of days. What I'm concerned about in terms of delaying today in the agenda is that we're on a very tight timeline to push for this report and ultimately for this budget vote for obvious reasons. We're all running around like mad chickens. And so I want to move for the seconding of the agenda as a result of the tight timelines and asking that you come up with a solution offline with ARICO and the department to solve the problem of timelines and when presentations are sent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Fasia. You are seconding Honorable Bata in terms of the adoption. Much as we are saying, we have noted on what Honorable Mylem has said. And remember, when I presented the program, I requested honorable members to be flexible. You know, this agenda of ours is being chop and change because of the situation and also the tightness and hectic program of the Reduca. We don't approve and we don't like this thing of getting the documents and the presentation late. We really condemned it, but we are saying, let's continue with the meeting today and for coming days, let's try. But the reality of the matter, we can't make 7 days. At least if people are saying at least 3 days before, it's really reasonable and understandable. But I don't want to talk a lot in this because I have to, at the end, take the discretion and come up with a solution on what is it that's going to happen. Honorable Chabele, I don't want to, as if I don't see these hands, I will just give all of them the opportunity to say all what they want to say.
Yeah, Chair, I think Honorable Mylem raised a very critical issue, not necessarily to the department, but about procedure. This is a problem because we're supposed to interrogate and have our research units working on this work that is presented to us in order to prepare us to attend for the committee. So when you receive a presentation in the morning, and really I'm rising to say I support his suggestion, and you know, procedurally in a meeting you should have actually asked for those that support the changes to the agenda. This was not saying that we are canceling the meeting today of the committee. There was a requested changes to the agenda, which I feel it's not done justice. And in this case, let's be fair, we want to run a very proper, organized government, which has responsibility to its people that have actually elected it. So in the spirit of fairness and openness and really professionalism, what was suggested actually should have either been presented on the basis that we should either agree or disagree to the changes, but that was the suggested changes. So if a member makes a request for a change and then suddenly it's just shot down on the basis of, I don't know why actually, what he raised makes a lot of sense. There was no procedure in terms of how this matter was actually attended to. So I just want you to give it attention. On my side, I think I support his suggestion that we must actually say to the department that you have not prepared enough and you have not given us enough time, especially when it comes to matters of budgeting, in order for us to can be able to interrogate what you're presenting, or else we're doing a rubber stamping process in this government, and it is unacceptable. So from my side, I would support making sure that we tell the department to say, no, we cannot accept this process and we should actually send it back. We will call you when you're in the right time, and then we can engage with this process and make sure that you give us in advance information as well as proper documents that we require. The fact that we now are going to override his requested changes, or even objection to an item in the agenda is not procedural. We cannot say somebody has said I support and I adopt when there is already an objection to the agenda. Let's stick to the objection and finalize the objection according to what we will all agree with. And then from there, move to the part of who else has other requested changes or suggestions. After that, then it can be opened up for adoption as well as secondment. I thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Nchabeleng, I don't think everyone is shooting down whatever that is being said. But what we are saying is that we really apologize for all what has happened in terms of the late arrival of the doctor. So I don't want us to debate this long. And at the end of the day, we're not going to vote because 2-2, the other two is saying, let's turn it back, let's request the change. I don't know which change, because Honorable Fasia is outlined and make it clear that we are really behind schedule. There is also another thing that we've shifted for other days, and the time doesn't allow us. We understand that at least you needed some time to interrogate this report. But let me give the other ones that have raised their hand. Otherwise, I'm going to take a role on this one. Honorable Edwin, and followed by Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think this matter is important enough for us to discuss and agree on. And I'm in support of what the Honourable Malam is saying, because it's not just the fact that we have a job to do here, it's how we do it that counts as well. And just because we're under pressure, is that a good reason for us to be receiving this documentation so late? My concern is if this goes on, if we don't deal with it effectively and fairly harshly, it's going to continue. So to put an end to it, we need to draw a line in the sand and say, going forward, we cannot afford to operate this way. Honourable Nchabeleng captured much of what I wanted to say, so I won't repeat it. But I'm supporting Honourable Malam in his proposal.
Honourable members, I'm saying I'm giving you not to as if I don't see your hands. Otherwise, this thing that we are delaying further this meeting in terms of the time that we are saying we will discuss all what we are going to discuss today until Cow comes home. So can I please give over to Honorable Vusi?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Excuse me, can all those that have raised their hand and were given space to speak, to lower their heads.
Chair, on a point of order.
Vusingosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, on this issue, I think, yes, we have received the presentation late. But again, I also say we are actually running also late in terms of the timeline of the budget. I think I also support that maybe I second the agenda that we proceed with the meeting so that we will be able to finish with the issue of the budget. And because if we take back, I believe if you take back, we're going to have to make another time again to sit. And I don't think in terms of the timeline, we will be doing justice as well. So I just want to plead to the members that we proceed for today with the meeting. Then we later try by all means to speak with the department that this does not happen ever again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. Let me check whether are they still. Who is Samantha now?
It's the Deputy Minister, Chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, you are back. Okay, you are back. Oh, you are welcome, DFM. We thought that you have requested to leave, but
I'll
at
leave
least,
early, yes.
yeah, let me give an opportunity to you because I saw your hand was up.
Yes,
Over to you, TM.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to, good morning, everybody. And I'm sorry that everybody's so upset and it's not a good way to start a meeting. But if I can, I just want to put some context to this issue. Just for point of reference, our department forwarded the documentation yesterday at 12:30, according to the Minister's PLO. So it was sent a little bit, obviously it's still a bit late, but and we do apologize for that. It has been a bit of a chaotic week, and when I do opening remarks, I will cover that. But I just want to make it absolutely clear the change to the budget vote had no impact on our strategic planning or our APP or on the budget. Everything actually stayed the same. So the 44 slides you've been sent is the presentation that was originally sent and debated in the portfolio committee. There are some minor changes that we just want to draw people's attention to, and those are particularly in line with technical indicators and smart and some of the smart targets. But in terms of the actual substantive elements in this portfolio, in this presentation, there has been no change to the 44 slides that were originally presented to the portfolio committee. So I always say I was on the other side. I was a member of parliament, and I completely understand the frustration of the members of parliament that they got this so late, and they now are not in a position to verify what I'm saying. But I'd like to assure everybody that A, we did send it through yesterday, and B, that there are no substantive changes to the original document that was debated in the portfolio committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Chairperson Vanna, are you still with us?
I see the chair is still on the platform.
Yes, I'm still with you, honorable members. It's just that when you press, sometimes you don't know whether it has freezed. I hear you, TM. Let me see whether are there any other hands so that I finalize this. Okay, I think I've given everybody to have something. You know, TM, I didn't want to look at it and say that let us not panic. There's not much changes in our budget. If the researchers were able to do the work on the first budget during that first time, I think they are still covered and they will be covered. What we can do maybe in terms of shifting this, we can give honorable members an opportunity to interact with their researchers or whoever, but let's continue with the meeting and just swap the items. Honorable Secretary, you can tell us which other entity is ready today, because I understand that there's a lot that are going to, or SOS that is ready for now to continue, and then we give them space just to go through and read it. Can I request honorable members to be on that note? What is it that was going to follow after this report? Ariko?
SANEDI?
SANEDI. Is SANEDI with us and is it ready? We give them time and then we can come up with the department. I know for a fact that these programs and these items are interlinked to one another. But for us just to be fair enough and be seen as people who are listening or honorables that are listening, the agenda has been adopted and seconded, but we are noting and looking at this late arrival of the document. We are saying we are giving honorable members to interact with their researchers, because some talk about the researchers and all, and also to touch base, maybe they have to get the mandate and all the stuff. But let's continue with this meeting and take the item of the DEE later on. And I understand you, DM, fully, but I know for a fact that this thing of the budget, might we agree with all other honorable members, but we know for a fact that we will differ in some of other places. Is SANEDI, Ariko, is SANEDI ready?
Order.
Okay.
Chair.
All right.
First of all, you made a statement that the budget, that the agenda has been adopted. We have not adopted the agenda. There is a difference of opinion here, and we have not adopted the agenda. Just because Honorable Hassan and Honorable Mbata have agreed doesn't mean that the rest of the committee has agreed. So we either need to take a vote or we need to get a consensus that the agenda has been adopted. That's the first thing. The second is that I acknowledge what the Deputy Minister has said, that the presentation was sent through yesterday afternoon and that we only received it at 7:30 this morning. That's when it came through on my email, 7:30 this morning. I have not had an opportunity to compare it to the previous budget. I would like an opportunity to go through it in detail and see for myself, because that's my job as a member of parliament, is to hold the executive accountable. So I'd like to see for myself that those changes, as the Deputy Minister has said, and it's not that I don't trust the Deputy Minister, it's that I have a job to do of holding the executive accountable. And I'd like to see for myself that those changes are indeed minimal. So I'd like to compare what we received a couple of months ago with what we have received now. I appreciate the fact that you've given us the day to do that, but I don't think from a procedural perspective that we have agreed to the agenda as yet.
Okay, are you done? Are you done, Honorable Myla?
Yes, Chair, I'm done.
I'm not mistaken when I'm saying that the agenda has been adopted. Honorable Moses adopted the agenda and it was also seconded.
Sorry, Chair, that doesn't adopt the agenda. That doesn't
No,
adopt the agenda.
no,
Chair,
don't
Chair,
correct
if
me
I may.
in terms of interpreting. I'm not going to allow you,
Chair,
Honorable
you cannot do that. You cannot. I proposed
you
that.
cannot do even this one of telling us
Chair,
point of
I
order.
proposed that the agenda be rejected, and I was seconded. Just because Honorable Hassan and Honorable
Wait for
Mbata,
me and finish what I'm saying, Honorable Member. Respect me. Even if I am a woman, you respect someone who is
it has
not
nothing
a
to do with
woman.
your gender, and I
Please,
reject that invitation.
there is something to do. We always give one another an opportunity to say what they want to say and finish up and also agree and disagree. You raise your hand, I'm giving you an opportunity to speak. Please don't start that, Honorable Mylem. Otherwise, I'm not going to allow it.
Can I speak now, Chair?
Let me look. Yeah?
Chair.
Chairperson, Honorable Hassan.
Wait,
Honorable Hassan.
Honorable. No, wait. I'm not giving you. I'm still looking at my gadget. Whether is there anyone whose hand is up? Please. Honorable Bata's hand is up.
Sorry, Chair, on my point of order. Chair? Chair?
Honorable Mylem, Honorable Mylem, I am on the line. I'm checking whether are there any hands that have been raised. I'm not going to give you all the meeting to be the one.
No, I don't want the whole meeting, Chair. I don't want the whole meeting, Chair. I just want to address my point of order. And that is that I proposed that we reject the DEE presentation. That was duly seconded by Honorable Mbata and Honorable Bhakti. You have said that because Honorable Hassan and Honorable, my proposal was
That's why you are saying sorry, because you don't want to listen to anyone.
No, Chair, I'm sorry, Chair, you're talking over me.
Wait for me.
Chair, you are talking over me. I'm talking, Chair.
Opportunity also to Chair. Wait for me to finish up. I was saying I'm looking at hands that have been raised.
Chair, this is my point of order.
All of them. No point of order.
Chairperson.
You are not going to say when one is talking, point of order, point of order. That is not on. I'm not going to allow in this meeting.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm trying to address the point of order to you.
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm still waiting for other hands to check who has.
Chair, you can't take other hands on a point of order. You can't take other hands on a point of order. That's procedurally irregular. Now, my point of order is that my proposal was
don't tell me anything about point of order. I'm not giving you, Honorable Mylem. I'm not.
Chairperson, you had requested Mbata to speak.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about a point of order, though.
Of course, I gave you, Honorable Mbata. I said from the onset, when we started our meeting at the beginning of the year, I requested all members to stop this thing of point of order. We cannot move with point of order.
But Chair, there is a procedure that has to be followed. There is a procedure that has to be followed. And if you're not prepared to follow that procedure, you shouldn't be chairing a meeting. It's as simple as that. If you can't follow the procedure, you shouldn't chair the meeting.
I'm not going to give you, Honorable Malema, you can speak and speak. I'm giving you, Honorable Mbata, an opportunity to speak for now.
Okay, thank you,
Chair.
Chairperson.
I want to record my objection to this in the strongest possible terms. I will be writing to the Chair of Chairs. I will be writing to your whip, who I have spoken to about chairing. And this is unacceptable, Chair, because I have proposed something, it has been duly seconded, and you have just ridden roughshod over it.
Chairperson, my suggestion is you requested procedure to be followed in the first instance. What happened was you were asking us to confirm if we support the agenda, and I supported the agenda. Chairperson, maybe what could have happened was, as soon as Honorable Melem was not supporting the agenda, we were supposed to at least gain consensus if he is receiving anyone to support him, because I supported that we proposed. And if he did get the support, then we should have voted, because what is happening now, it looks like there was a disagreement that was not attended to, precisely because it was not cleared whether he had the support or not. I was supporting the procedure. The procedure was, do we move with the program, and I supported the process to move with the program. And he opposed the process to continue with the program. And maybe we should have seek consensus there. And maybe this is the reason why we have a problem. Can we, I suggest, can we seek consensus on his suggestion? Because when I was supporting the program to proceed as a program of today, I was under the impression that there wasn't more than what has been said. So I was supporting that we proceed for today. So if he says he doesn't want us to proceed for today, let's seek consensus in a form of a vote, because we cannot be held at ransom, Chair. We represent parties and we want progress, and we seek progress, and progress has to be suggested. And if there's a support for it, that's it. Let's move on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bento, which I always discourage this thing of voting in a meeting. But if it goes to that push, we'll definitely have to vote. There's nothing that we can do. You know, if it goes to that push. But two things that I've requested in this committee from the beginning is that let's reach consensus, and also let us allow one another to give time, and let us stop this thing of point of order. No one can finish what she wants or he wants to say. Two, I said there is no need for us voting. We have to convince one another and understand. And the issue of Honorable Mailema, we have taken note of it, and we said it, we condemned it, and we don't like it. And we will look at it, it mustn't happen it again. And we even put a situation that the request from the committee that I made is that let us be flexible in terms of this, and also look ahead in terms of this job and changing of the programs, the parliamentary program in particular. So I don't understand now what is this fuss is starting about. And I was even flexible enough as the chair saying that we can move it backwards so that whoever wants to consult and has to get a budget from wherever, we can give a time for them to do that. That's what I said. I'm repeating it because I want us to be on the same path in terms of knowing what is it exactly that I'm saying. Let me give these hands that those that have managed to speak, please, can they lower their heads so that I'm not going, because I'm looking at the gadget. I'm not going to ask secretary to assist me in terms of looking at the heads. Now we're left with Honorable Chabeleng, followed by Honorable Fasia and Honorable Colson. 3 heads only. I'm not going to give anyone out of these 3 heads. Over to you, Honorable Chabeleng. Please just go straight to the point.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The standard operating procedures in meetings and in corporate good governance requires that when you have a meeting, and this is not just an ordinary meeting, this is a meeting whereby we are going to listen to very serious things, and a budget will be passed as well in agreeing to this. So, it's very important, for you as our chair to lead us with calm and coolness. You cannot be angry and irritated over a process which you are in charge of as a leader. It's very important, Chair. You need to lead us very properly. There was nothing wrong in what was suggested in terms of a deviation of an agenda on an item. Nobody canceled the whole day. Nobody canceled the whole agenda. There was a deviation request. And by meeting procedures, standard operating procedures request that you need to attend to the issue and then move to the next item, which is acceptance and adoption.
Instead, you are now pushing over an outcome which was not even agreed on, which makes this meeting, in any sense, whatever we're going to do the whole day, will be null and void. And if it has to be challenged at any point in time, you will be found to be in the wrong chair. So lead us properly with calmness, with the due respect that you have given everybody and with the respect we have given you. We love you, we really appreciate you, and we respect you. But in terms of meeting operating procedures, standard operating procedures, it requires that if an objection or a suggestion to an agenda has been raised, you're a politician, you know these things in meetings. That adjustment should be attended to and agreed upon. And if it's not agreed upon, a solution should be provided. And then you only move to the adoption, adoption as well as the secondment of the meeting. So if there is no such a process, it actually renders our sitting a complete unacceptable as well as, a null and void sitting. So give us the direction to say, attend to the issue and deal with the merits of the matter. This is a budget representation. We're not going to just willy-nilly rubber stamp processes because you are feeling somehow upset over a suggested changes to an agenda. Let's attend to the change. After attending to the change, and then you go over to the adoption of this meeting, and then we finalize the process. It is true that what has been done was not correct. We cannot keep on agreeing with all the things that the department is doing. First of all, they never send delegations. The previous minister, I think it was Minister Gwede, raised an objection at some point. He says he's attending a meeting which he was not even supposed to attend, and yet the minister of that particular department was not present. So we're really getting now just pushed into things that we are not in full agreement, but because we want to remain respectful, we remain respectful and then we keep our mouths quiet. But this is unprocedural, what you are doing. Can we just attend to the issue? From attending to it, we move to the next item, and then after that, we move to the next item. But the suggestion has been put by meetings procedures, we're supposed to say, yes, a deviation to the item. It has already been suggested that we deviate and we remove the DEE part. Can we attend to that and then move on to the next one? And then after that, it is not even a question of whether it should be cast over to a vote, because it's a matter of saying that this thing was not done procedurally. Even if we vote on it, we are wasting our time because they raised an issue of procedures. The merits is on the procedure. The presentation was only presented today to the merits. It's a procedure issue. So whether we vote on it, whether we like it or not, it's procedural. So we have to attend to these things in the sense and make sure. You are a wonderful chair. We love you. But on this issue, it's an issue that do not make it your personal issue. It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with what was raised in respect to the merit of the issue. Give everybody the respect that, and there is nothing feminist against you or against whatever was raised. This is a respect issue, and we give you the love that you deserve. You're a wonderful chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the crash course that you have given to me. I really appreciate it. But let me plead and persuade you not to shout at me. I am a human being. I can chair the meetings. I've been chairing the meetings even before. I know the procedures. I know everything. I'm trying all the level best to be cool and calm, which I am even right now. But I don't want anyone to take an opportunity and an advantage that he or she will undermine. Let's continue. There are still other hands that I have noted. Honorable Fazia.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you also for calming us down in the meeting, and also maybe to say, let me propose a way forward. I understand that tensions may be high, we're all under a lot of pressure, but I wanted to propose, Chair, that you see the challenge with us not taking the DE presentation today, and if there wants to be a discussion on the substance here, our research team, that's the Portfolio Committee research team, after today's meeting, have quite a mammoth ask ahead of them to put together the report that will represent this portfolio committee that will ultimately serve in plenary, that is fundamentally a part of the budget. Now, if we defer, we also put undue and unfair pressure on the team. And that is another point that we need to keep in mind. So what I'm proposing, Chair, is that we take the DEE presentation today. We'll be guided by you about which order in which we are going to do it, but that we then say, going forward, we sit with Deputy Minister, the Minister, all the PLOs, with Arico, and we agree this is how we're going to function as a PC. This is when we expect presentations. This is when they need to come. I don't think anyone's arguing that the day before or even the morning of is okay. That's not what's before us. What I'm proposing is we are where we are right now. I don't want us to derail. I also don't want to put unfair pressure on everyone else and on us as well. Everybody is here. Let us continue with the meeting. Let us actively, if you want, we can readopt the agenda. We can move the DEE item. But let's from here, as a resolution of today's meeting, Chair, set up another meeting, not necessarily with the whole PC, but with everybody I've described earlier, and come up with how we're going to function so that we can agree going forward, this is the standard operating measure. And when they deviate from that standard operating measure, then we are well within our rights to say, this is how we're going to take it forward. But I do think that today's meeting must proceed even with the DEE presentation. And I think there's been an apology from the department as well. And I think we should take it with the benefit of the doubt and ensure that going forward it doesn't happen again. And also to say, we're all under the same pressures that honourable members have mentioned. We're all struggling to quickly go through that presentation right now on our phones and on our tablets to make sure that we are up to date. But I thought it's just important to bring some reason and some level-headed approach here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasil. The last hand is Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'm partially covered by Crown Prince, but I don't think that there's any way that we could go ahead with the DE presentation today. This is more than just compliance. You can't just submit a presentation based on compliance, and we can't just go and entertain that presentation based on compliance. We need to interrogate that presentation even before it's presented here. So we do have and I support the Honourable Milam. We do have a session with the Minister tomorrow. And I think, there has to be some consequence. We can't just go ahead and let the DE present today. They can present tomorrow. The Minister will be present. We need him present when that presentation is tabled. So I suggest that we move on to one of the other presentations, and we postpone the DEE's presentation tomorrow when the Minister is present as well. And thank you very much, DM, for being present. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Hello. I think I lost Honorable Paulson, but I managed to hear him by saying that how about presenting this item tomorrow, which I am not sure about the time. I'm going to check with Honorable, not Honorable, but Secretary. Secretary, what is it that's going to happen tomorrow? And what time will we start? Understanding that there's also another workshop.
Yeah, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, Chair. We will be briefed by the Minister on the battery energy storage IPPP, Chair. So that meeting is scheduled from 5 o'clock up until 8 o'clock tomorrow, Chair. The meeting is scheduled to start at 5 because there's training from 2 o'clock till 4:30, Chair. That's it, Chair.
Meaning that there won't be any time for us to have time for this DEE, because it will be already tight for the late. can we shift this DEE to afternoon? Is there a space, as I have requested earlier on, that we can maybe shift whatever and have time? Are we able to do that? Can we look at the agenda, Ariko? Will we have a space?
Yes, that can be done, Chair. Depending on, not depending on what time we meet, but our meeting for today is up until 6 o'clock, Chair. So we might finish up earlier today, since we're not going to do the DEE one. So it is possible, Chair.
It's possible for afternoon.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Can we then proceed with the, and what is this?
SANEDI, Chair. Yeah,
SANEDI.
I've just received a message from them, Chair. The CEO is apparently speaking now. They'll be able to join at 10:30. I saw the chair of SANEDI on the platform, Chair.
They'll be able to join us at 10:30.
Yeah, as I say, the chair is on the platform, Chair.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
but I
have
don't know
joined
the
us.
CEO. Yeah, I don't know if the
They have
CEO is
joined
on already. Hmm.
Okay. Just find out that they are ready now for now, so that they can proceed with the presentation. Can you check with?
Can you maybe request the chair of SANEDI, Chair?
Okay. He is in the platform, eh?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Secretary. Then, Chairperson of SANEDI, will you be able to be ready to present right now? Or are you encountering any problems?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning as well to the honorable members and colleagues on the platform. Dr. Mate was just wrapping up on his presentation, taking questions, but he has just confirmed that in the next 5 minutes, he should be able to join the meeting. So if maybe the chair can just indulge us then for just the next, say, 2 to 3 minutes for him to join, I'll appreciate that, Honorable Chair.
Can you meanwhile, Chairperson, introduce yourselves so that at least the new member is able also to see you? Otherwise, from us, we know you and we know all of you. Can you then do the introduction whilst you are waiting for those minutes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I must say, I think, Chair, firstly, that I'm joined by my colleague, Ms. Masacha Mbonambi, who is the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. She's also in our midst, part of the visual table. And then I'll also then be joined by Ms. Letabo Manamela, who's our CFO, as well. I'm not sure whether she's part of the meeting already, but if not, she should be joining us shortly. And then, as I've mentioned, I think earlier, obviously, I'm tendering apology at this point for Dr. Mate, who's going to be joining us, I think, shortly, if he hasn't joined already. Who will obviously be leading us as well in terms of the presentation. Also, then Morakanela Tipe, who is in the office of the CEO as well, will be joining us to support the presentation. And maybe just for logistics, Chair, I'm not sure whether the Secretariat will be sharing the presentation or must we share, I think, from our side. If I can just get guidance around that so that I know how to proceed.
Yes, Chair, I've been informed by the CEO that I must give co-hosting rights to Morokanele once he's on, but I don't see him. But if you want me to flight it in the meanwhile, it's fine.
I'll appreciate that through your Chair. Maybe if you can flight it and then I can start in the meantime. Thank you.
Okay. I think Ariko flights their presentation, and also let's give you an opportunity, Chair, to do the welcoming and also the introduction of whatever that you want to put it, so that by that time when the CEO is joining us, we are at least on the meeting.
No, thank you very much, Chair, again, once more. So I was just checking with Dr. Martis. So we'll be joining shortly through their phones, which I think then it makes us to be able to start. So, Honorable Chair, maybe, and the members, this will be our presentation outline. I will obviously do my opening remarks just to set the context, but also to characterize the strategic plan and as well as the APP that we'll be presenting today. We will then go through the strategic plan, of which was conceptualized when this board term started. But obviously, we go through the annual review process so that we make sure that it's relevant, but also it takes into account some of the changes that obviously happens. And we cover some of the mandate, the strategy, our vision, mission, and some of the programs as well. That we've obviously been embarking on and continuously refining them and make sure that we improve in terms of the achievement. We'll then cover the 5-year budget, as it were, and then we'll then take you through the APP for 24, 25, 26, I think, financial year, in terms of the KPIs and our targets, and also the budget that supports that, and also just highlighting the impact as well that we intend to achieve in terms of the work that we're doing based on the APP and the strategy implementation. So that's going to be our presentation outline. So again, if we just go to the next slide. And again, I just want to maybe say this upfront just to give context and also credibility to what we're presenting. So if you look at the development of the APP for 25-26 and as well as the 5-year strategic plan is really characterized by this rigorous consultation process that we've been engaged in as SANEDI. And this obviously involves the engagement of the staff itself to give input and to ensure alignment, the management as well, to make sure that there's alignment and obvious accountability at that level. We also, as part of our strategic planning sessions, get the external experts, I think, involved, so that we get some of the perspective, I think, from the external parties that are involved in the space, and also making sure there's an alignment with the DEE priorities, as it were, and some of the insights as well. So apologies, I think something happened there, Rico. If you can just put it in the slide mode.
Yeah, sorry, Jay. I pressed the wrong button here.
No problem. I hope it's not a sabotage.
Is it showing now? Yeah.
Yes,
Is it showing now, Jay?
Yeah, if we can just go to the previous slide, please. Thank you. No, thanks. So I think that's the first element. And then the second one, of course, I think there has been changes that we know in terms of, the strategic priorities from the DE point of view. So I think part of the process then is to make sure that there's an alignment as well with some of those priorities. So we've been obviously engaging around the universal access, the energy security, industrialization, and as well as innovation. So therefore, we then made sure that some of those are then factored into our strategy review, I think, process, and to ensure that there's an alignment around the work that the department is doing and based on what we're doing as well, so that we actually support the department's objectives. And then the coverage then of today's presentation, of course, is obviously our SANEDI strategic plan, as I've mentioned earlier on, as well as then the APP, which obviously becomes, I think, important, as it were. So next slide, Rico. Thank you. So now building from the work that we've done, Chair, I think from last year, or last financial year, rather. I mean, we know that I think we've presented to this committee, I think, what we've achieved in terms of our targets, which is 98% performance, which I think is great. And this has been obviously verified by some of the assurance providers, internal audit, as it were, but also I think our audit and risk subcommittee of the board, which obviously helps us a great deal in making sure that whatever that we come up with has been then scrutinized from that perspective, and obviously the other subcommittees as well of the board. We're now waiting for the AG, of course, I think outcome, which we think will be positive, I think, based on the preliminary work. And also, I think there's been the work that we've done to support the DE around COP29, around the BRICS Plus, G20, and the EU engagements as well. And from the governance excellence point of view, I think we've been aiming for the clean audit and we've been building obviously on it based on what we've achieved last year. So we're hoping that going forward, we'll obviously make sure that we maintain, I think, the achievements around the clean audit from the, the governance point of view. And as well as obviously then based on what we're presenting today, looking ahead, obviously we have to drive the technical support to the DE. As we know, there are a couple of programs as well that we're working closely with the DE, like your G20, the BRICS, the INEP reconfiguration, the RP, which we've been seized with, going through NETLEC and other processes. And as well as now trying to get closer in terms of unlocking some of the municipal sustainable challenges, because we see that we can add value in that aspect. So then linking up with DCOG and other department and municipalities in this particular case. And then the smart meter rollout, where we're working with the National Treasury in terms of their RT rollout. And then the implementation then of the hydrogen technologies that we've been busy with, like the 12L tax intensive, and then obviously the establishment of the energy modeling and planning, I think, Center of Excellence. So that's basically looking forward our, I think, approach and what we're presenting today. And these will obviously be anchored with this particular program. So we thought then, Chair, let's create this context and this background so that whatever that we're going to be presenting now, and hopefully I think Dr. Matt is now in our midst, of which I'm going to then hand over to him to be able to then take us through the details in terms of the programs. But I think we're confident where we come from. We're confident the process that we've undertaken to come up with this particular APP and build on what we've done last year. And again, we're clear in terms of how we need to go forward in terms of looking forward and some of the programs that we need to support the country with. So Dr. Mate, if I can just hand over to you, through Chair, again, to be able to then take us through the details. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Yeah,
If
let me just apologize.
Switch on your video. If you can just switch on your video and then switch off after we have seen you, and then so that the network
Yes.
Okay.
Not a problem. Let me switch on my video. I hope I'm visible.
Yes, you are, Dr. Matt.
You are.
All right. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll then speak to the remaining slides, and then towards the end, I'll hand over to the CFO just to talk to the budget slides. Chair, the committee have seen the slide that talks to the mandate of SANEDI, so I am not going to go through it in detail. Just to highlight that we are focusing on energy research and development. We're also focusing on energy efficiency. And then, of course, the mandate also empowers the minister to request SANEDI to do special investigations, as earlier indicated by the chairperson of the board. And hence, we are involved in the IRP work, we're involved in the issues around municipalities, etc. Then the next slide, the strategy plan. This is our 5-year strategic plan. The previous 5-year strategic plan came to an end in 31st of March 2025. I think the chair has spoken to this, how we've now arrived at the new strategic outcomes, the 6 of them, of course, informed by the 5 priorities of the department that I think the committee has been taken through. The next slide. Chair and members, just highlights how we are aligning our initiatives and projects to the 5 priorities of the ministry. I'm not going to go through all the details, but I think we have presented this to the committee previously, and you'll see later on in our KPAs and KPIs indicating exactly how we're going to measure what we do around these focus areas. The next slide. This is the management team. We're very happy that we have not had any resignations since we've appointed everyone in their positions, and everyone is fully appointed. No one is acting. So we're very happy with the stability that has been created through the leadership of the board that we currently have in place. We have managed to attract very, very competent, well-renowned people from the market, and they are assisting with the steering of the organization in the right direction. We're hoping to maintain this and not lose some of the critical leaders that we have in the organization. The next slide. The next slide, Chair and members of the committee, the programs, we still have 4 programs for SANEDI. Program 1, it's split into 2, the pure administration aspect, as well as the strategic initiatives. Most of them we're executing on behalf of the department. Now, what used to be DMRE, now Department of Electricity and Energy. And then, of course, we've got 3 core areas or core divisions. One, Applied Energy Research, Development and Innovation, led by Prof. Mutli. And then Energy Efficiency, led by Ms. Faith Mukachwa. And then the DSTI, Energy Secretariat, led by Professor Samson Mampweli. And I'll elaborate in terms of what are we hoping to achieve in the current financial year, Chair, in the follow-up slides. The next slide. This is the slide, if you could just run through it. We have now indicated how our KPAs are aligned to our strategic outcomes, the 6 strategic outcomes. I'll come back to this slide when we show our KPIs in terms of the linkages later on. The next slide. The next slide, Chair and members, now gets into the details of what exactly are we doing under each program. We've just elaborated for the benefit of the members in terms of what each program is all about, what are we trying to achieve under finance, what are we trying to achieve under IT, etc. And I take it members have read the pack, so I'm not going to go through the details, but suffice to indicate that the main objective of Program 1.1 is to just make sure that it supports the organization, that we've got proper processes and systems in place, things are working, we look after governance matters, compliance, etc., etc. So that's the main objective of the program. Of course, the limited budget that we are receiving, that it's also spent prudently. The next slide, Program 1.2, these are the strategic initiatives that we are executing. And I just wanted to highlight, I think the main one that we're currently busy with, and that's why I was a bit delayed, Chair, the members of the committee, the G20. We're very busy with it. I just came out of a session now at the Africa Energy Forum, where we were discussing the G20 matters. The other one that we're running under 1.2, it's the support to the IRP. I'll speak to it at a later stage. And of course, the other initiative, training, skills development, SMME development, etc., that we are driving under Program 1.2. All of this is done in-house. We're not outsourcing it. We're using the internal resources that we have at SANEDI. The next slide. The next slide talks to program. These are just the slides that are elaborating on what we're doing under the strategic initiatives. You can skip the BRICS, you can skip the G20. I think we have taken the committee through the details of what we are doing. There's also support that we are providing for COP. COP 30 is coming up. It so happened that it's in Brazil, and we are working very closely now with Brazil under the G20 umbrella. So we'll continue to support the department around their participation at the upcoming COP30. The main issue around this is COP, of course, is an environmental platform where discussions around environmental issues are discussed, but it's largely driven by energy. So hence we have to be at the table, we have to influence the discussions, and hence our continued participation in some of these international platforms. The next slide. So the next slide is the IRP. I sort of indicated that we're supporting this. We've been supporting this IRP review, 2019 review, since 18 months ago. We are now at the tail end of that process. We are at the tail end of the NETLAC process, and thereafter the departmental processes will then unfold, leading up to the presentation to cabinet subcommittees and cabinet, and then the gazetting at a later stage. So we're very happy with this work. It has progressed, not the easy work that we have supported the department for the last 18 months or so. We will continue with this work in the current financial year. The next slide. This is the support we are providing for the municipality issues. We've already dealt with the City Power and ESCOM matter as an independent adjudicator. We've produced a report as requested by the Minister with respect to this, and that process is now at the tail end as well. We're busy finalizing the Tukuluho local municipality matter, a similar approach that we adopted with respect to City Power and ESCOM. We are implementing that methodology for this challenge that the department has to resolve. The next slide. Next slide. Chair, is then the details of how we're going to measure our performance under Program 1. I'm not going to go through all the details, but it's just suffice to indicate that in crafting these targets and the KPIs, we looked at how did we perform in the previous financial years, and then we, guided by the board, we then made our KPIs a little bit more aggressive, so that there is that continuous improvement in the setting of our targets. The next slide then talks to Program 2, that was Program 1. So this is Program 2, Chair and members. Program 2 is Applied Energy Research, Development and Innovation. This is just a pictorial representation of what goes on in this program. It's focusing on renewable energy, focusing on cleaner fossil fuels, focusing on cleaner mobility, smart grids, focusing on digitalization, and focusing on biofuels, as well as balancing supply and demand. We're also supporting the just energy transition work through university contracts that we've established. Quite a lot of progress has been made in this respect, but we also, going forward, we're also bringing on board the previously disadvantaged universities to be part of the work that we do. You'll see that the contracts that we have, Stellenbosch, UCT, etc., majority of them are the previously advantaged universities. We're working very hard to bring on board the previously disadvantaged universities as well, so we can empower them, capacitate them to compete with the likes of UCT and Stellenbosch, etc., without compromising the progress and excellence that we are seeing in some of the historically advantaged institutions. The next slide then unpacks, Chair, the details of what goes on in each sub-program. I'm not going to repeat that. I'll move on to the next one. But if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer questions. The next slide. Yeah, this is now the targets for Program 2. Let me just maybe emphasize, I'm sure the committee may be interested in, I think there was a question before around that was asked to SANEDI around what are we doing around clean coal Clean coal is covered under cleaner fossil fuels. In the current financial year, we're busy with the cost-benefit analysis of the various clean coal technologies. As we previously reported, we've identified the CFB, circulating fluidized bed technology, as a potential technology that could be used to reduce the carbon footprint of our coal fleet, especially for the coal-fired power stations that are earmarked to shut down. In our last engagement with the portfolio committee, there was a question around Komati that was asked. We've now engaged ESCOM so that we can conclusively answer the question, can Komati be repowered using CFP technology, or the other stations that ESCOM is earmarking to shut down. So we are engaging with ESCOM around this so that we can have a professionally technical report that really unpacks the technical nitty-gritties around what's possible, what's not possible around the clean coal technologies. The next slide. The next slide then, Chair, it's Program 3. Program 3, it's the energy efficiency portfolio. This is just a pictorial representation of what we do under energy efficiency portfolio. Maybe let's go to the next slide, then I can elaborate on what we do under this portfolio. So what we do under this portfolio, now the slide has come up. We are focusing on standards and labeling, and the labels that you see in some of your fridges at home. That's the work that SANEDI is involved in. We're also focusing on the DMRE, what used to be DMRE, but now it's DEE, Energy Efficiency Strategic Initiatives. There's quite a number of initiatives that we are working with the department, particularly the EBIP, Energy Efficiency in Public Buildings and Public Infrastructure, that we are supporting, funded largely by donor funding from the likes of GIZ and other donor funding. We're also focusing on balancing energy supply and demand. This one is mainly around the geyser control, so that we can assist ESCOM with managing the system. Lighting work, especially for, we're also supporting that work funded externally. And then there's ESCO market development, the energy services company development. We've just received now a confirmation from the AFDB that they are going to fund the feasibility study of a super ESCO. So in the future, we may see SANEDI being the super ESCO, just like what other countries that are implementing energy efficiency have done. Then, of course, there's EPC, the Energy Performance Certificates for buildings. And then there's cool surfaces and insulation that we started many years ago, directed by DMRE at that time. We have now done a number of pilots. We believe that this technology is ready for a full rollout. It's got huge potential to create jobs, especially at an artisan level, and also townships, unemployed youth, etc., etc. And the last one is Section 12L, tax incentive. This is a program we're administering on behalf of National Treasury and SARS. We've just received a notification that they will extend this program for another 5 years. It was earmarked to be stopped by the end of this year, but the National Treasury and SARS would like to continue the program because they are seeing the benefits of this program. It actually complements all the other national initiatives around energy security matters, including energy efficiency initiatives. The next slide, Chair, then indicates the targets or KPIs that we're aiming to achieve for the current financial year. Let me just highlight the one around greenhouse gas emissions. We're targeting to achieve 1 million tons of reduction through the 12L program. And of course, that goes hand in hand with energy savings. So when you are retrofitting a building or a factory using clean, energy efficient solutions, you reduce the emissions of that facility. By the same token, you save the energy. And this is permanent. Of course, we need to promote this a lot more aggressive so that benefits are more significant. You know, the South Africa's emissions is currently at about 400 million tons per annum, CO2 equivalent. So if we can scale up this, it can make a big difference and assist the government of South Africa to meet its Paris Agreement commitments. So this is program 3, Chair. Then the last one is program 4. If you can move on to the next slide. Program 4, this is the program we're managing on behalf of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. This is a pictorial representation of all the institutions that are involved, largely universities. I think the main flagship project for this one is the HISA, the Hydrogen Economy program that was initiated more than 15 years ago. And we're now seeing the fruits. There is IP that has been generated through this program. There's licenses. SMMEs have been established. We're really seeing a big benefit. Of course, we must continue as SANEDI supporting this program because I think it's now ready to move away from stop bench scale type of research to pilots and demos and commercialization. And that's where SANEDI fits in, and that's where the Department of Electricity and Energy fits in to scale up some of these technologies. We continue again to support the other green hydrogen initiatives. There's feasibility studies in the Northern Cape, Bokupai. We're also supporting the Hive project in the Eastern Cape. There's also Richards Bay initiatives that Sasol and Eskom and others are busy with, that we are closely working with them to support them. And there's also international partnerships that we have established with the likes of Japan, Korea, that we're hoping will assist to fast track some of these initiatives in South Africa. For program 4, there are 4 targets. The next slide. There are 4 KPIs that we are aiming to achieve in the current financial year, and we are not seeing any challenges around that. They are largely reports that have to be generated by SANEDI, quantifying all the indicators that the Department of Science and Technology have set out as part of the funding. The way it works, the funding comes to SANEDI. We then contract universities to execute specific work. Then SANEDI provides the technical oversight, monitoring, and reporting back to the department to ensure that the universities are doing what is expected. I think this is a model that is working quite well. We're looking at duplicating this model for other initiatives besides the research, the skills development in the hydrogen space. We may follow the same model. SMMEs development, we may follow the same model going forward. IP, commercialization, licensing, we may also follow the same model going forward. So I think that's the end of the programs. If you go to the next slide, I think the next slide is we're just indicating the impact. Once we've achieved all of these targets, what will then be the impact? So we're reflecting on the impact from the previous financial year that ended 31st of March 2025. We've achieved 1.2 million tons savings in greenhouse gas emissions reduction. We've achieved 1.3 million megawatt hour in energy savings through the 12L program. We've achieved quite a lot in terms of SMME supports, public and media engagements, as well as the internship and skills development or jobs that were created internally and externally. So going forward for the current financial year, the APP that we're presenting, as well as the 5-year strategic plan, the next slide, We will continue measuring the impact, but we've now introduced other parameters that we want to measure. We've improved on jobs created. We now want to measure direct jobs as well as indirect jobs. Number of SMMEs created, number of individuals upskilled as opposed to trained. There's a difference. And then the research publications and IP, we also want to measure that going forward. We will continue measuring the greenhouse gas emissions reduction, as I indicated earlier, and we will continue measuring the energy savings as well. The next slide, I think it's the finances. I'm not sure that the CFO is connected. If you're connected, CFO, over to you. If not, I'll continue, Chair.
I'm connected, CEO.
Ms. Manamela? All right,
I'm
over
connected.
to you.
Yes, good morning, honorable members. My name is Letabo Manamela, and I am the Chief Financial Officer of SANEDI. I will be taking you through the budget. Right. In terms of the budget, this is just looking at the revenue, the slide that we're showing here. We have a number of different sources that are actually going to be funding the budget for the organization. We have interest, departmental transfers. We also have some third-party funds where we realize certain revenues from spending on those money. And then also we render some services like the CEO has indicated, managing the Energy Secretariat and also other projects that we are involved in. So there is a management fee that accrues to the organization. So that is also going to make up the income of the organization. Just in terms of the breakdown, largely we are funded by the departmental transfers. Interest, it forms about 5% of the budget. The income from services rendered around 6%, and then the realization of deferred transfers around 13%. And of course, the interest is largely dependent on the amount of money that we do have in the bank account. We have surpluses that we also are able to retain with the approval of Treasury, and some interest on it, and that is able to help us fund or augment our budget. The realization of deferred transfers as well depends on really the projects that we've secured. So when we did the budget at the end of the budgeting period, we had actually looked at what we have in front of us, and those are the estimates based on what is contracted. There could still be more, or actually there will still be more that will come in during the year because if we do go out and engage other stakeholders for additional funding during the year. But in terms of what we had at point in time, at this point in time, this is the budget that we are looking at in terms of the revenues for the organization. I think if you can move on to the next slide. This is now the expenditure and how we are going to be spending on the approved budget. We have 44% of the budget is going towards the administration function. 29% is going to go towards applied energy research and innovation. Energy efficiency and demand side will get 16% of the budget, and the Energy Secretariat around 11% of what we've put in the budget. You might have noticed if you look at the revenue that we've projected and as well as the expenditure that there is a bit of a difference in the different financial years. And I think the only one that is sort of similar is 2027-2028 financial year. And that is because in terms of the expenditure, we are also spending on surpluses. And this was approved by the National Treasury in the previous leg when we applied for surpluses to be retained. So we don't consider that as new revenue because it's already been recognized in previous financial years, but you do account for it as part of your expenditure for the years. So there is a bit of a difference if you look at it. I think in the 2025-26, it's about 8 million difference somewhere. But that is going to all be funded from the surplus that we have received approval from the National Treasury to retain. If you look at the split between goods and services in terms of the administration program, we're looking at 34% of that budget that we are allocating to administration is going to go towards goods and services. 48% will go towards employee costs. Applied energy and research, 41% goes towards goods and services, and then 24% goes towards employee costs. Within the energy efficiency and demand side management program, 15% goes towards goods and services and 20% Energy Secretariat, 10% goes towards goods and services, and then 8% towards employee costs. And you will see that for most of the programs, there's actually quite a significant percentage that is going towards employee costs, and that is because we have increased the capacity of the organization, is the technical capacity that we actually needed to support all these programs that the CEO has spoken about. So we're doing a lot of the work in-house as an organization because of the technical capacity that we have been able to bring on board. Next slide. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think the next one is the APP budget, which is basically more or less what I've just presented. But for the 25-26 financial year, our budget is 123.2 million. And 54 million of that will go towards administration. 35.6 will go towards applied energy research and innovation. Energy efficiency will get 19.8, and the DSI Energy Secretariat 13.6. And the split, I've just gone through that in terms of what we expect the split to be. So administration is still 40%, 47% to employee costs, and then applied energy research, 37% will go towards goods and services and 23% towards employee costs. And then energy efficiency, 11%, 20%. And then the DSI Energy Secretariat, just for that financial year, is 13% to 10% being employee costs. And I believe that is the last slide for me. Thank you.
No, thank you, CFO. Chair, members of committee, back to you. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, SANEDI. Thank you, Chairperson. CEO, we are happy that you managed to join. We understand that your schedule was hectic, but we really appreciate that you managed to join. Thank you very much with your team. Can we then give over to Secretary? Yes.
For a while, you went away, Chairperson. For a while, we couldn't hear you. Well, I couldn't hear you.
You can't hear me, ne?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I was saying thank you very much to the Chairperson of SANEDI, and also I also welcome the CEO who has managed to join, even after the hectic schedule, the one he had, but he managed. Now, I was asking from the Secretary, are we going to get into the discussions in terms of the presentation according to the agenda, or yes?
Okay.
Can I get that, Secretary?
Correct, Chair. Questions, clarity seeking, Chair, and responses.
Yes. Okay. Can I look at hands? The first hand that I see is Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Moses Mbata. Then other hands will follow. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I may, I'm going to leave my camera off, and thank you very much, Dr. Mate and Ms. Manamela, for the presentation. Chairperson, I'm going to, my questions are in terms of the operating model and financials, and also then secondly, specific programs and their performance. So The presentation speaks about amendments that are being proposed to SANEDI's operating model. I'd like to know what these entail. And also, given that 55% year-on-year decrease in goods and services budget from the 2024-2025 financial year to the current 2025-2026 financial year, I'd like to know how will this significant decline impact the operations of SANEDI, and what strategies will SANEDI use to address this reduction in expenditure? Then also, the entity SANEDI has budgeted for a deficit of 17.7 million rand for the 2025-2026 financial year due to a retention of surplus funds from 2024-2025 financial year. I'd like to know what was the specific reason for the surplus in 2024-2025 financial year. Then also, considering the compensation of employees accounts for 56.3% of the entity's total 123.2 million budget for 2025-2026, and the entity plans to increase its staff complement. I'd like to know, is SANEDI adequately capacitated across all its programs, or are there specific programs facing challenges relating to staff given this budget allocation? Then to specific programs and their performance. Program 1, administration, is described as process-driven. And the presentation also questions whether there is value in targeting processes such as maintaining an unqualified audit. So, could SANEDI elaborate on the value and strategic importance of these process-driven targets, especially maintaining an unqualified audit beyond just mere compliance? Program 2, Applied Energy Research, Development and Innovation. The plan targets only one report, study or project for the year for each area of research. Could SANEDI explain why only one output is targeted per research category, and if this limitation is due to resource shortages? Then in Program 3, Energy Efficiency and Demand Side Management, there are several output indicators. So could SANEDI specify what the old indicators for those programs were and what factors inform the new targets for the program? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Chabeleng.
Chair, we can't hear Honorable Mbata.
Mr. Mbata, you must unmute.
Unmute, Honorable Mbata. Okay, maybe he's struggling with opening up. Can we then give over to Honorable Chabeleng?
I have a mute, Chairperson.
Oh, yeah, and your camera is so clear. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, you have been harassing me about the camera, so I'm sorted now. Chairperson, I would like to appreciate the executive, in particular, the fact that this organization has been worrying us a lot in terms of its funding model. I'm happy that it has been able at least to explain some of the dynamics and how it actually function and achieve its finances, because the model is actually, I will call it, it's not known at the parastatal level, and I'm happy that it's functioning well. I'm also appreciative of the fact that the executive complement has been completed. We now have a full complement of the executive, which is rare concerning the type of work that they are doing, considering that the scarcity of skills in these areas warrants that people who are at this level move from one job to the other because of the demand and the opportunities, including some of the opportunities in the international arena. I'm also worried now that do they have a retaining strategy, such as annual hike of salaries, and what percentages are they maybe going to be proposing from time to time? Because the specialization in these areas requires that when you keep somebody over a 3.5-year period, you have to offer them something to retain them. Otherwise, they will be taken either internationally or nationally, in particular throughout the arena of national universities. The demand is high. I'm also happy that most of the programs are being considered and continue to be considered without the budget constraints, which means they've been able to budget and project fairly with the clientele or the different stakeholders that they service. Because one of the biggest nightmares about these kinds of operations is that you are doing a lot of job for service to organizations that sometimes do not pay you well, or they do not pay you on time, and as such, it affects the manner in which you will proceed going forward or in the future with some of the projects. In particular, the research projects, they require that at least the kind of service fees that you actually charge are sustainable, and that your clientele are able to give in to the agreements that you will always propose from time to time. And what maybe I worry now is projects that are new. I hope the majority of the stakeholders that will be engaged by SANEDI are able to buy into the financial program or the financial proposition or the model of how it operates. Because if there is no buy-in with the new set of service providers they are engaging, the financial model is going to be affected in terms of profitability and what you call agreements to pay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. You can switch off your video.
Thank you.
Honorable Chabilen, followed by Honorable Maile.
Thank you so much, Chair, as well as the presentation from SANEDI. We actually, I think maybe to recap, on our last oversight when we sat with SANEDI, it was quite impressive to see the programs that they are undertaking. Not only that, to see the level of empowerment that they are doing on young graduates as well as program managers within SANEDI. I had an opportunity to actually almost do a walkabout within SANEDI and see some of their empowerment programs. It was extremely encouraging. They are running some incredible projects as well as programs, and it's not said on paper, but it's demonstrated in terms of practicality. They're doing quite a great work. So to the CEO and the board, as well as executives, well done on that program. It was very encouraging, and they did a demonstration for me, particularly when I was doing the walkabout on some of the projects that they're undertaking, whether it is efficiency, the monitoring, and part of the projects that they are doing on energy management systems and stuff. The point I wanted to raise is, my concern is it looks like SANEDI is underfunded, in the fact that most of the income that comes into SANEDI goes towards salaries, as well as the balance of it is actually dedicated towards programs. So at some point, I think either there has to be a departmental increase of SANEDI's budget by increasing the budget so that more work can be carried out. That's point number one. Point number two is there is I think I raised this issue on one of the other committees in terms of minerals and petroleum resources, where I said that there is a lot of work done on the coal, cleaning up of coal, which is clean coal, as well as ensuring that coal can be, scrubbed off in terms of emissions, as well as, the issues around the environmental issues. But we're not seeing a lot of lobby work done. Work is done in terms of, for instance, SANEDI is doing its own research, CSIR is doing its own research, and then you have a variety of other, entities within the state that are working on similar project with regards to clean coal, as well as with regards to looking at opportunities of creating methane-rich gas out of the opportunity, as well as looking at how they can actually be using methane bed, coal methane bed gas opportunities. But most of this work dies in research. Most of it never gets presented in terms of a bill of parliament, or where we can actually start having a bill that says that we must protect our coal resources and reserves. In this respect, whereby we needed the coal to produce the gas that we need. We are facing a gas cliff, and I keep repeating this, and few people are listening to it. We're facing a gas cliff, and as a result, we don't have enough coal resources. We don't have enough gas resources that can assist us in respect to ensuring that we can avert the gas cliff. If we were to utilize the coal that we have, and we were to clean it properly, and SANEDI can finalize its researches and implement it in order to make sure that we follow up on the IRP 19 that says that all power plants of ESCOM should be converted, counter-retrofitted, in order to make sure that there is clean coal component of the power stations. And by doing so, you extend the life of coal plants. Instead of having to shut them down because of emissions-related issues, these power plants can be operated at a clean, efficient, and energy level. And I'm happy that the CEO he says that in part of their strategy, they want to be a super ESCOM. To be a super ESCOM, it means you have to be within the ESCOM and providing all of those solutions within ESCOM. So in the business plan, I don't see where SANEDI has ESCOM as a client, whereby you could go on all the 14, 15 power stations and start negotiating implementation of the high efficiency, low emissions, which is what was done at Kusile, which is quite successful right now in terms of the emission extractions, as well as capturing the emissions and then making sure that those emissions can be reduced, etc. The other part of it is the CEO referred to using fluidized solution, where they are going to be focusing on cleaning up the coal in terms of on the boiler side of it, using the fluidized solution. So that kind of a solution, if it is implemented successfully, SANEDI will make money. Not only that, it will be able to finalize its research, because there's already a project running at Kusile that can be used as almost a bedrock of this particular solution, and can be implemented and retrofitted in all other power plants. So how are we going to see this research being transferred in terms of the practicality in power stations, and how can this be carried forward? Secondary to it is part of the mandate of SANEDI says they are focusing on lobby and advocacy. We want to see SANEDI bringing a request for a bill, requesting to the Department of Electricity and Energy that they want a bill that says that they want to utilize coal and protect the coal reserves and coal resources in order for the coal industry to be protected and continue going forward. I think on the stages of piloting energy projects is over. We need to get into the level whereby we can start doing practical implementation of these technologies and solutions. And that way, it will actually help SANEDI's business case in respect to raising more resources and funding. So far, it is highly unfunded. It is really, really underfunded and needs to be funded properly so that it can carry out this work and does all of this great work, even including the energy efficiency, as well as the strategic objectives of creating the skills for the energy science as well as technology environment. That's my contribution. Thank you so much.
Chair, can I go ahead?
Yes, over to you, Honorable Milo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to SANEDI for the presentation. As always, very interesting. Let me start with a concern that I have with all of these APPs, and that is, while you list outcome indicators for all of your programs, we need to get a lot more detail as to exactly how you are going to measure that performance. What are you going to do to say, I am doing this? How am I going to show that I have done that? So I'm concerned that we have these sort of airy-fairy, up in the air performance indicators that we need to get a lot more detail on. Honorable Nchabaleng has already spoken about funding, but we're seeing a reduction in funding over the medium term. And my question to you is, how will this impact the scope and ambition of your planned activities and your achievement of targets, particularly in the next fiscal year? On slide 17, you talk about commercialization of intellectual property. And you say that you're going to patent and protect intellectual property, and that you're going to implement monetization practices of intellectual property by application within industry. So maybe what I need to know here is, what are the specific plans that you intend to do to commercialize SANEDI's intellectual property? And what revenue is it going to generate in the next financial year? On slide 23, you talk about unlocking municipal sustainability challenges and acting as an independent mediator in dispute resolution processes. And my question here is, there are two particular disputes that you talk about, the one being the city of Johannesburg and the other being Tokologo municipality. What is the time frame for resolving those disputes? City of Joburg was something that was supposed to have been resolved, I think it was in January or February. What is the time frame for resolving those disputes, and what specific outcomes or improvements are projected to be achieved as a result of those interventions? Then on program 2, on slide 27, you talk about the number of technical solutions developed, implemented, and reconfigured for universal access policy reform. What exactly are you talking about? What specific technical solutions are we talking about? What is their current development stage? And what are the outcomes that are going to be expected in this coming financial year? Then lastly, on slide 30, you talk about the promotion and impact of ESCOs, energy service companies. And so your target for program 3 is to register 20 ESCOs and promote 10 ESCOs to higher tiers. First of all, what are the criteria for these tiers? What are we talking about? And what specific support or incentives will SANEDI be providing to enable this progression? How are you going to take them from where they are now to where you want to see them? Lastly, on the same issue, how will the promotion of ESCOs translate into actual energy efficiency improvements and job creation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mylan. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just also want to welcome the presentation from SANEDI. I see there's a lot of, looks like there will be a lot of improvement going forward on the next, on this financial year as per the presentation. But I just have a few questions, Chair. I'll just go straight to them. Just needed clarity maybe on what are the specific targets for GHG emissions reductions that SANEDI aims to contribute through its energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. Secondly, Chair, I just wanted to get clarity on how will SANEDI ensure that the resetting the role of nuclear energy is aligned with South Africa's long-term energy strategy and economic viability. Also, Chair, I wanted to get clarity on how will the municipal sustainability model address the root causes of municipal financial distress beyond just energy-related issues. Another question I have, Chair, is wanted to check with SANEDI that what is SANEDI's strategy for fostering innovation in energy technologies beyond what is currently commercially available, particularly in areas like advanced energy storage and green hydrogen production. Those are the questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. I see the hand of Honorable Bapti.
Thank you, Chair. The IRP, the good news is that it's making good progress, but I want to know if there's any indication as to a final date or a fairly firm date as to when the IRP will be completed. And then a more specific question on the circulating fluidized bed technology, the project that's been undertaken, if we could have some detail as to how that is progressing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Bapti. Is there any other hand? No one. Let's give over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the members, and thank you for for the questions as well. Maybe before I hand over to Dr. Mate, who will be assisting us in directing, who's going to assisting us with the questions, I must say that let me just thank the committee for always keeping us, I think, honest. I think from day one, but also at the same time, I think some of the comments and appreciation that indicates that at least they can see some of the progress that we're making, which I think is great and is encouraging. Dr. Mate, can I then hand over to you, if you can be able to take some of the questions and maybe direct others to some of the colleagues on the table, then I'll come in at the end and just conclude with your permission, Chair and the honorable members. Over to you, Dr. Mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start, Chair, then I'll also request my team, specifically CFO, to come in to deal with some of the questions. So I'll start with Honorable Paulson's questions. Some of the questions, Chair, we may not be able to respond to them comprehensively, but we will take note of them and we will provide the written responses. But we'll do our best to respond verbally. So Honorable Paulson asked, and I was scribbling here, I hope I got the questions correct. If not, Chair, you will direct. The amendments around our operating model, he wants to know what exactly does this entail? What are we talking about? So, and maybe to some extent, as I respond, I'm also answering some of the questions that came up from the other honorable members. It is correct that SANEDI is underfunded historically. It's not something that just happened now, historically. When SANEDI was established in 2012, it was supposed to go through a number of development phases, concept, establishing the organization, putting systems in place, etc. And then at some point, it was then supposed to receive additional allocation so that it's enabled to execute its full mandate. We're not there yet. We're still at the early stages of SANEDI development, and I think it talks to the underfunding questions that were asked. So what are we referring to about the operating model? Because of the underfunding, SANEDI was forced to look externally, look at donor funding and look at partnerships, collaborations to sustain some of the projects and initiatives that SANEDI is busy with. In the last 2 years or so, we started trying to reverse that, to say, but we are a research institution. Yes, we need to collaborate, we need to partner, but some of the work we must do in-house. So the change in the operating model, we're referring to that, reducing outsourcing and increasing insourcing, capacitating the organization. We've actually now, of course, funded through the likes of EWCETA. We've brought in a number of interns that are now being trained at SANEDI. We're exposing them to the technologies that we're busy with an intention that at some future date, after 36 months or so, when their contract comes to an end, we can absorb some of them to build the capacity of SANEDI. So that's what we mean by the change in the operating model of SANEDI. The minister has also directed us to look at opportunities outside SANEDI to do consulting work based on the skills that we currently have. The work that we're doing for municipalities, I think going forward, because the issues that we've dealt with, city power issues and tukuluho, they are all common, especially with the struggling municipalities. So we are looking at, consulting services so that we can generate our own revenue going forward to deal with the issue of the underfunding. We do recognize that the state does not have unlimited funds. So we need to look at other means of generating our own income to make sure that SANEDI is sustainable going forward. So that's what we mean by the change in the operating model. Then there was a question around the decline in the reduction of, I think that talks to the budget and also what are our strategies to mitigate this. I think I've already responded to that. We're looking at donor funding. We're looking at providing services based on our own competencies and the skills that we have in-house. We expect this to continue. The cuts coming from National Treasury requests, and we expect this to continue. Maybe not as drastically as what happened a year ago. I think we received cuts of up to 7%, but maybe 3% or 2%, but we're expecting these cuts to continue into the future. So we're looking at, external funding, donor funding, consulting services to augment our income, including some of the services that we have developed internally at SANEDI. The energy efficiency services, for instance, the skills that we now have in terms of assessing technologies for 12L incentives, etc. We can extend that beyond the 12L. If there is another organization that not necessarily wants to implement energy efficiency solutions for 12L purposes, but for their own financial sustainability, it could be a mine, it could be a chemical industry, it could be a power utility. We can actually offer those services to derive income as an organization. Then Honorable Paulson asked the question around the deficit. What's the reason for this deficit? We're projecting a shortfall also going forward. This is historical deficit. Because SANEDI did not have capacity 3-4 years ago, it started to accumulate significant surplus. In other words, allocation of money came to SANEDI, the transfers came to SANEDI, and SANEDI did not spend all the money, and it then applied to National Treasury to retain the surplus, and it was granted. So this is very much historical, and it was linked to the resources that were not there at SANEDI to spend the money, so to speak. However, we are anticipating that in the next year or so, this will be addressed, and then going forward, all the allocation that is coming through to SANEDI will be spent accordingly. I think we are in the last 2 years of that cycle of dealing with the historical surplus that SANEDI accumulated. But I think the CFO can elaborate on that. She was the acting CEO before my time. Then there was a question around a big portion of the budget allocated to internal resources or administration, 56%. I think that's a figure that was quoted. Again, it talks to us wanting to do the work in-house as opposed to doing the work externally. But the negative of this is that we then don't have enough money to fund projects. With very little funds that are remaining after that to execute now projects. and hence we have to look outside SANEDI and try and get the project funding from donor funders and other organizations. Then there were specific questions around from Honorable Paulson around Program 1, Program 2, Program 3. Let me try and respond, but we will certainly also provide the responses in writing. Program 1, there was a question around the process-driven, the value in chasing compliance, clean audits, etc. We still see value in chasing compliance, in chasing unqualified audits because of the operating model of SANEDI. The external funders, the donor funders that we talk to, they see value in knowing that this organization, they're operating properly, governance is above board, they're not receiving qualified audits, and in a way, it then attracts external funding, donor funding, partnerships, etc. So we intend to continue with this. We see value in continuing to improve in terms of compliance and other what we deem as appropriate measures to make sure that the organization is seen in a favorable light. And then Program 2, there was a question around Program 2 that it seems to be just producing reports, one report per area. And why is this? Again, it's because of the resource constraints. If we had adequate resources, we would probably be producing 10, 15 reports. So we've got limited capacity internally. Even if we wanted to bring in external resources, we don't have enough funding to be able to do that. We have done that to some extent through utilizing the surplus funding in collaboration with the universities. We've produced quite a lot of reports. I think in the last 2 years, probably close to 40 reports that were produced, but utilizing surplus funding. And as I indicated, that surplus funding is now coming to an end, the historical surplus that we had. Then Program 3, which is the energy efficiency, what were the old targets and what informed the new targets? Yeah, we will get into the specifics in our formal written response. Offhand, I cannot recall what were the old targets, but the principle that we applied is that if we had achieved the targets previously, we want to be more aggressive going forward. So we improved on either a number of reports or number of greenhouse gas emissions targets or energy savings, but largely based on what did we achieve in the last 2 years or whatever the case might be. But I cannot, top of my head, I cannot recall what were the old targets, but that's a principle that we followed in setting up the new targets that we are now proposing. But we're happy to provide a written response in that respect. Then Honorable Mbata asked the question, do you have a retention strategy, and what is that strategy? Yes, we do. We do have a retention strategy. We're actually very worried about the type of resources that we now have. It's largely youth, women, some of them academics. They are highly marketable. But the people that we are attracting to come to SANEDI, it's not only about the money. They come to SANEDI because of the nature of the work that we do. It's exciting. It provides them with opportunities to work with international experts, work with local academics and experts in the energy sector. So it's more than just money. Of course, at some point, they will want to be remunerated fairly. But the strategies that we have, of course, we have the annual salary adjustments. That's usually linked to the CPI. If the CPI is low, then we go according to other measures, including looking at the public sector, what the public sector is offering. We also have what we call salary parity policy. We benchmark our salary scales with the likes of CSIR, ESCOM, SASOL, Mintech, etc., so that because we see those as our competitors. If people were to leave SANEDI, most likely they'll go to CSIR, or they'll go to a university, or they'll go to ESCOM, or they'll go to SASOL. So we benchmark, and then we do adjustments where we see that at a certain grade, people are maybe far below what the market is aiming for. We try to remunerate people at the 50th percentile, so that either way we are attracting them to come from the market, and also we retain them so they don't leave the SANEDI system. We also have flexible working arrangements, including hybrid, and we've seen the benefits of this. People are highly productive. They work long hours, weekends, because of this hybrid work arrangement that we have. We've also implemented talent management, where we profile each and every employee. Then we identify who are the top flyers and the high-risk people, and then we'll customize an intervention for each employee. We've just started this, so the effectiveness of the talent board, talent management framework has not yet been tested, but we do have such an intervention in the organization. And then the second question from Honorable Mbata was the projects that I knew. I hope I got this correct. The buy-in from stakeholders. Yeah, I did not fully understand this question, so I will appreciate it. Maybe my colleagues, CFO, Chair, if you can maybe assist at a later stage, then we can respond to it. But it's to do with the projects that I knew, whether there's a buy-in, how to ensure buy-in from the stakeholders. The projects that we are initiating are based on, firstly, the priorities of the department. The department has guided us in terms of what we need to focus on. It's a priorities also of the country, things that are relevant, things that are the outputs that are immediately applicable to solving a specific problem. So we will expect our stakeholders to buy into that concept. We don't want to do research work for the sake of doing research work. But if I misunderstood the question, I'm more than happy to come back to it. Then questions from Honorable Chabeleng. Yes, appreciated that you visited our staff, interacted with them. So you saw the work that we're doing around smart meters. We've established a digital lab where we're monitoring the smart meters that we are installing as SANEDI. That program is funded by National Treasury. We are able to see each and every smart meter that is installed, what it's doing, how much power is being consumed by that particular household, whether it's operating, not operating. And we're hoping to scale up this and have an operating center for the whole country that will be able to monitor some of these energy solutions that are being implemented across municipalities, especially municipalities that are probably the so-called problematic municipalities. And then Honorable Chabeleng said, is SANEDI underfunded? I think I've responded to this. Yes, SANEDI is underfunded. The minister has actually acknowledged this, and the officials. We are hoping at some point we will be able jointly, we'll be able to address this. But we also, are very much aware that the state might not have funds, unlimited funds. So we continue pursuing the other alternatives, including donor funding, partnerships, and consulting services. If we were properly funded, I think we'll be doing a lot more with the resources that we have. The clean coal research and the coordination, yes, what are we doing about it? There's clean coal research happening at SANEDI, clean coal research happening at CSIR, happening at ESCOM, happening at various universities, and maybe to some extent the CGS, the Council for Geosciences, even though they are focused very specifically on the carbon capture and storage. So we are talking to the CSIR, ESCOM, and also Coltech to establish a joint project where we are going to be looking at some of the technologies like the CFB technology. But again, the funding may be a challenge. But I think if we jointly pull our resources together, we can even leverage funding from other external funders as a group, as opposed to individual organizations. The request for us to sponsor a coal utilization bill will be guided by the department. If the department wants the Department of Electricity and Energy, I'm assuming in collaboration with the Mineral Resources and Petroleum, but we are ready to support. Some of us have got the experience, we've got knowledge, but that request will have to come through the department for us to be able to support. With respect to time for piloting is over, we fully agree. And I've made this point in a number of platforms as well, that I think it's time for us we've done enough piloting. It's time for us to implement at scale. Of course, there may be a risk of things failing, but it's just part of the game. But we cannot continue piloting and researching forever when other countries are actually implementing. I think we will learn as we progress. Then Honorable Milham, I hope I've captured all the questions, but if not, we will respond in writing. The first question, what are you going to do to measure performance? I think the issue is around the details around our KPIs and KPAs, that in the APP, there's not enough detail explaining exactly what we're going to do. For instance, we say we're going to produce a report, we're going to do a study, but there's no details around what exactly we're going to do. We can do that, I think, offline, and provide the details of exactly what we're going to do, especially around Program 2, the Applied Energy Research, Development and Innovation, and Program 3, Energy Efficiency, and Program 4, the DSCI Energy Secretariat. So we're happy to provide that detail. And then the second question was how funding constraints will impact on our plans. Yeah, we've actually scaled down in terms of what we are committing to in the current APP, mainly because of the funding situation. So we are confident that what we have put in the APP, we will deliver, unless there is a catastrophic failure in the system somewhere. But we're very confident. If we had more funds, we'll probably be more ambitious, but we will consider that going forward. I think the new department is very much aware of our desire to do more work and also to get more allocation, and they will be working on that. Protection of IP, what plans and revenue are going to generate in the next year? Yeah, the only IP that we have, it's the know-how. To some extent, we're deriving income from the utilization of the energy efficiency IP that we've generated, the energy performance certificates, the know-how, the methodology. We are now registering the professionals that do the assessment. We derive income through subscriptions. But in terms of the technology itself, we have patented technologies, but through the DSCI Energy Secretariat, through universities, etc. We are doing an assessment internally to look at all the work that we've done in the last 10 years or so to see what can be patented. But to patent a technology is very expensive. You pay lawyers, you pay consultants. It's not cheap. Given our funding constraints, I think internally it's going to be a big challenge to take some of the research work that We have developed work that we have produced and translate them into patents and licenses. But we'll need a lot of funding to do that. All what we are planning to do now is to do an assessment, what is possible, what is not possible, both internally within SANEDI and also the work that we are doing with the various universities. Then there was a question around the municipality disputes. What are the timelines and what's coming out of this assessment? Yeah, we're doing this work for the minister. But from our point of view, I mean, from our delivery point of view, we're producing the reports, the independent assessment reports. So we finalized the report for City Power and ESCOM, and the minister is then following his own processes in terms of taking the recommendations from these reports. But we have concluded the report for City Power and ESCOM. What's coming out of this assessment? Of course, we're looking at it from a technical point of view. There are areas of improvement, including the standards, how the metering is done, how interruptions are treated, load shedding, load reduction. So the standards are not adequate. When I say standards, I'm referring to NERSA standards, I'm referring to SABS standard, also the utilities, City Power itself, as well as ESCOM. So there is an area of improvement in terms of looking at our standards, whether tweaking the existing standards or introducing new standards to deal with the things that were never anticipated before, that we are currently dealing with. Vandalism, for instance, it was never anticipated. So if a substation is vandalized and the metering equipment is vandalized and there's a period where there's no measures being taken, how do you deal with that? So those are some of the things that we have picked up that I'm sure the authorities will attend to them, including SANEDI going forward. Then slide 7 around universal access. What exactly are we talking about? Again, we were doing this work on behalf of the department. We do know that the department is following its own processes to get an approval for reconfiguring the INEP so that we can achieve universal access by 2030. But at the current rate, it's impossible. At the current rate of electrification, it's impossible. So there is tweaking of the INEP that has to be introduced, and we've put that in the report that we have submitted to the department. And the department is going through consultation processes, consulting with municipalities, consulting with SALGA, consulting with ESCOM, and at the right time, I think they will also come to the portfolio committee to provide feedback. Then there was a question around the ESCOs, the energy services companies. What is the criteria for classifying tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? So I hope I'm not getting it wrong, but tier 3, it's the top of the range. So these are companies that can do just about anything in energy efficiency. And then tier 1, these are early starters, startup companies that can't do everything with respect to energy efficiency, but they have the competency, either individuals or the company itself, but they can't do the full suite of energy services that are required, whether it's for public buildings or it's for water treatment plants or it's for factories or for measurements and verification and validation. That's what we are referring to, and also covering various technologies. Maybe that company can only deal with, I don't know, introducing LPG and replacing coal with LPG, whereas there may be a company that is able to deal with introduction of LPG, LNG, green hydrogen now, because some companies are already starting to use that for small scale applications. So, but there is a database that SANEDI keeps. We try through training and development to try and move the companies up the ladder. Ideally, we want all of them to be a tier 1, a tier 3 classification, but it takes time for them to get to that. The database is also classified in terms of are they women-owned energy services company? Are they black-owned? Are they SMMEs, etc.? So it's quite a detailed database that we keep. Then the last question from Honorable Milham is how ESCOs will translate to jobs. Of course, I think these are the implementing agents. You know, if you want to implement an energy efficient project, whether in a factory or a public building or a chemical production process, etc., you do it through the ESCOs. The banks, when they fund some of these projects, they tend to rely on the credibility of the ESCOs. So the more of the ESCOs we have out there, the better, the more jobs will be created. And the level of skills that are required to perform some of these jobs, it's actually low-level skills, artisanal. So by introducing a lot more ESCOs and having more energy efficiency projects, we believe that there's an opportunity for jobs to be created. In fact, we're just concluding an MOU now with DPWI to hire close to 100 interns that will be deployed to various municipalities to support. And then the last, I'm trying to be quick, Chair. The Honorable Nkosi asked the question around the greenhouse gas emissions. The target, what is the target? The target is 1.26 million tons, if I'm not mistaken. That's a current financial year target. Of course, going forward, we want to be more aggressive. And in the previous financial year, we had achieved, I think, 1.1 or 1.2. So we try to maintain the same target and improve a little bit. And the previous financial year was unique because there was a big contribution from SAPISAICO. SAPISAICO in KwaZulu-Natal implemented energy efficiency interventions that pushed up the greenhouse gas emissions contribution dramatically through the project Vulindlela. But we're not anticipating another SAPISAICO to contribute in the current financial year. And then the resetting of the nuclear agenda and the program and the alignment with what the country wants to achieve. Yeah, we don't have a mandate to do nuclear research. We can only influence the policy. So through the IRP formulation and review, that's the only opportunity that SANEDI, in collaboration with the department, could influence. I think the IRP that is being finalized now, it embraces all technologies. The focus is not so much on whether it's coal or nuclear or whatever. The focus is on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and CO2 emissions, etc. I think that's the main focus as opposed to focusing on the technology. As long as we show that we're decarbonizing, especially the electricity sector, we are moving from a high carbon intensive electricity sector to a low carbon intensive, eventually achieving net zero by 2050. That's the objective. But it's not so much about whether it's nuclear or coal or solar or wind. But it so happened that the IRP draft that we're working on, it embraces all technologies, and all technologies are included in the allocation. Then there was a question around the financial model and how it impacts on municipality sustainabilities. I did not fully understand this question, Chair, so maybe if it can be elaborated upon, we're happy to respond. Then the last question from Honorable Nkosi, the strategy for innovation is specifically referred to storage, green hydrogen. What is our innovation strategy? We are working internally at SANEDI and also with our universities. There's quite a lot of research work happening around storage. The University of Stellenbosch in particular is doing a lot of work on storage. Battery storage in particular, but there are other storage technologies that could be considered going forward. Green hydrogen, we are through the DSTI, we are actually the implementing agent for HYSA, Hydrogen South Africa. And as I indicated earlier, we are supporting the feasibility studies for Bochubai, for the Northern Cape Development Agency. We're also supporting the work in the Eastern Cape for Hive Energy, which is a private company. We're supporting the work that PetroSA is busy with, and Eskom and Transnet around the deployment of green hydrogen. But we see green hydrogen not as for power generation. Green hydrogen is for the so-called hard to abate sectors, steel production, cement, manufacturing, transport, heavy trucks, and also maybe storage in buildings, using fuel cells for backup energy, but not for utility scale power generation at this point in time. And then the last questions from Honorable Bapti, when the IRP will be completed. I'll defer that question to the department, but just to indicate that we are at the tail end of the NETLEC process. It's been 2 months. We went through that process, engaging with the business partners, the community representatives, as well as labor. There is full support for the proposed IRP draft. Of course, they've got certain concerns. One of the concerns that they have is that things are changing so rapidly. They would want to see this IRP being revised at least every 2 years, and we agree with that. We now have a very robust model that the technical teams have put together that is well supported and accepted by everyone. The assumptions, however, that go into this IRP model, that's where the debate is. But from a process point of view, the NETLEC process will be concluded in the next week or so, and then the department will then follow its own processes to take the IRP to the next stage. Then the last question was around the CFB technology. What's the progress? I think I've responded to this. We are discussing with the CSIR, Eskom, Coltech. In fact, a week ago, we visited the Komati power station to independently see what's there, what's possible, what's not possible. And we'll be drafting a report for the minister with that respect in terms of what we have seen. But the Eskom team, they're really excited about working with the SANEDI, and we're looking forward also to assisting them where we can. Let me end there. Maybe CFO, let me invite you to respond to the budget or add to my responses related to the budget issues. And then I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. And I just want to check whether are there any follow-up questions from the honorable members, and also Secretary. What is it that's supposed to happen after SANEDI?
The NNR is on the platform, Chair.
Okay. NNR. Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any follow-up questions? Seemingly there are none. If there are any, honorable members are free to write them down, and we take to SANEDI via the Secretary. SANEDI, we want to thank you for your presentation. We know you of doing very well. We hope even during this year or financial year, you are going to do more than you did the previous year. Honorable Nchabeleng is right by saying that we saw it when we did the oversight visit in your area. In fact, mine, especially for my side, it was my first time even to hear what is it exactly that you are doing here. I didn't even understand what is it that you are there for. Now we know, and we can see that you are doing very well. Thanks ever so much. You are excused. Let's get the next the next presentation. Thank you very much. Take
Thank
care.
you, Chair.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Vice Chair, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Next presentation.
NNR, I've given co-hosting rights to Mr. Maluleke.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Maluleka, the platform is yours.
Chair, I've got chairperson here who will lead us first before I can come in. Okay, good afternoon, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Also, good afternoon to colleagues. We
Good
will do.
afternoon.
Yes, yeah, thanks for the opportunity to present our APP for the 2025-2026. If CFO or CO, we are loading the presentation so that we can take through the members. Are you winning? Okay, it's coming. Okay, you can move to the next page. Under overview, just taking the committee through our overview.
Then can we request you introduce yourself and also open up your video and just close it after you have seen for ourselves to see who is talking. Saying thank you very much.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Chair. I'm not sure, is the video coming? I've turned it on.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon once more again. My name is Protas Pili. I am the chairperson of the National Nuclear Regulator. I am accompanied by the CEO, who's Ms. Ditebogo Khomo, and also on the call, I am accompanied by the Chief Financial Officer, who is Dumsani Maluleke. Thanks very much. Okay, CFO, we can move to the next slide. An overview. So our strategy is informed by 5 key pillars. Number 1, it's stakeholder trust and confidence. Number 2 is nuclear safety assurance. Number 3 is regulatory excellence and independence. Number 4, financial sustainability. And number 5, process efficiency, high performance, and good governance. Next slide, CFO. In terms of our mandate and strategic focus, NNR was established in terms of the NNR Act 47 of 1999. Our mandate is mainly about the protection of persons, property, and environment against nuclear damage. And that we do through the establishment of safety standard and regulatory practices that are suited for the South African nuclear industry. In terms of our vision, we aspire to be the South Africa's trusted nuclear and radiation safety regulator. In terms of the mission, our mission is very much linked to our mandate, which is about the protection of persons, property, and an environment against nuclear damage. Next slide. The next slide is about aligning our strategic plan to the government priorities. In terms of aligning it to the National Development Plan, we contribute to building safer communities. In terms of aligning it with the medium-term development plan, we contribute toward building a capable ethical, and developmental state. And also we link our strategy to the 5 ministerial priorities, which is about achieving universal access, attaining sovereign and regional energy security, driving industrialization and leading innovation, transforming energy demographic, as well as asserting South Africa, the continent, and the global in terms of energy leadership. Next slide, CFO. In terms of our organogram, the NNR has got a board of directors, which is made up of 12 non-executive directors, as well as 1 executive director, who is the chief executive officer. We've got 3 committees of the board, which are Nuclear Safety and Technical Committee, Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, as well as the Audit and Risk Management Committee. Under the CEO has got 5 divisions reporting to her, which are Regulatory Improvement and Technical Services, Nuclear Technology and Norm, Nuclear Power Plant, Corporate Support Service, as well as Finance. If you could move to the next slide. Just emphasizing that the board is appointed by the minister together with the CEO. We serve a term of 3 years, and that term on expiry is we are eligible for a reappointment. Currently, we've got 2 vacancies on the board. I note that the last time we had 1. So we have got 2 vacancies on the board. The one is one representing communities that might be affected by nuclear, as well as 1 member representing labor. If you could move to the next slide. In terms of our human resources, we are composed of 169 staff complement, which is made up of 83% it's African, 8% it's colored, 4% is Indian, and 5% is white. We can move to the next slide. In terms of impact and outcomes, we've got 5 outcomes that are linked to the 5 key pillars, which I have highlighted above. The 5 outcomes are as follows. It's about improve stakeholder trust and confidence, increase assurance of nuclear safety for people, property, and environment. Is about enhanced emergency preparedness, as well as response in the event of nuclear incident. The next one is about improvement of regulatory standard and practices. And the last one is about building a capable, efficient, and well-governed regulator. At this stage, Chairperson, with your permission, I will hand over to the CEO to take us through the details of the annual performance plan. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I have put my camera on. I hope you can see me.
Yes.
Thank you, Ari. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Ditebo Kokomu, and I am the CEO of the National Nuclear Regulator.
Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. So I will give you an overview of our APP for this financial year, in which we have these 5 outcomes, and we are pursuing 22 output indicators. The outcomes, the Chairperson has already taken you through those. I will just reiterate that our mandate remains that of protecting persons' property and the environment against nuclear damage. Next slide. And we aim to continue to inspire stakeholders' confidence in us through making sure that we conduct effective and efficient regulatory oversight activities over the nuclear facilities and activities in South Africa, strengthening corporate governance, as well as reinforcing effective internal control systems in the organization. And lastly, by collaborating and communicating effectively with the different stakeholders. So we regularly review our strategic priorities in response to any major changes in our external environment. And this helps us to be able to make progress towards achieving our vision. So, Chair, in terms of how we plan and track our work, we do this through a balanced scorecard approach. And the first measure is the regulatory measure, which contains the main outcomes of increasing assurance of nuclear safety, emergency preparedness, improving stakeholder trust and confidence, and continuously improving the regulatory standards. So we have quite a number of measures, 15 of those, as well as the related targets. So in the main, we regulate through issuing authorizations and then implementing compliance assurance programs. So we have a measure related to inspections that we need to conduct at the authorized facilities. And in this financial year, we plan to undertake 41 of those at the power plant, 170 at the facilities that are handling naturally occurring radioactive material, and 100 of those at the nuclear technology and waste projects facilities. These are the facilities at NEXA at Pelindaba, as well as the Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute facilities in Falklands. So they are currently being managed by NEXA. And then we also implement compliance reviews and assessments. So what happens is once we have issued an authorization, the authorization holder is expected to comply with all the conditions of the authorization. Some of those require them to regularly submit certain reports, either every month, every 3 months, every 6 months, and annual submissions. So when these come through, we have to then review them, and we use that input into the inspections planning. And then in order to issue authorizations, we have to review and assess the submissions that are made by the authorization holders or applicants that are applying for an authorization for the first time. So that is the measure number 3, where we then plan to complete 100% of our review and assessment plan within the determined timeframes, some of which you have to discuss them with the authorization holder and prioritize accordingly. And then the fourth one is that you would note, members, that around Gauteng and some parts of the Free State, we have these tailings dams as a result of the hundreds of years of mining in this country. And some of these are close to communities, and there's this legacy contamination that is there around these sites. So we plan to undertake survey of these sites to determine the extent of the contamination and possibly its impact on the communities, and then be able to properly advise the responsible authorities on measures that can be taken. Part of our oversight activities also include implementation of an environmental monitoring program, where we have to collect samples around the operating facilities. So those samples have to be analyzed. In that regard, the NNR has an accredited laboratory. We have an accredited laboratory that is situated in Arcadia, in Pretoria. And so our methods are accredited by SANEDI. And we plan to increase the range of the different isotopes that we can analyze in our laboratory. So in this period, SANAS will be assessing us for alpha spectrometry for uranium, radium, and thorium in water samples. And then the next measure, that is those samples that we then have to analyze in our laboratory, and we plan to analyze 100% of the samples that we would have collected. Additionally, South Africa has obligations that arise out of international conventions in the field of nuclear safety. The one that is coming up in this period is the Convention on Nuclear Safety, under which we are required to submit a national report, and then NNR handles this responsibility on behalf of South Africa. So we will be preparing that national report. The next review meeting of the contracting parties to this convention will be held in 2026. The next outcome, you would recall, we mentioned enhancing emergency preparedness response. So in that regard, we have a measure about the effectiveness, measuring and reporting on the effectiveness of the emergency preparedness arrangements at NECSA. So we are developing a scenario that involves testing NECSA's readiness to be able to respond to emergencies. And following that, we will then prepare the report on the effectiveness of NECSA and its intervening organizations, such as the response of the local municipality, to be able to respond to emergencies that have off-site implications for the population. Then at the NNR, we do have a regulatory emergency response center, the RERC. It's in our building in Centurion. And we also test our own efficiency of responding if and when an emergency should arise. So we will be preparing a report on that as well. Then in order to improve stakeholder trust and confidence, we plan to undertake a survey that should give us a baseline about the levels of stakeholder perceptions about the National Nuclear Regulator. We also intend to increase our efforts of information sharing with different stakeholders. And so we are planning a number of information sharing sessions, which also include technical seminars with the industry, as well as community engagements. Moving on to the continuous improvement of regulatory standards and practices, we are looking at the regulatory processes that relate to applications, amendments, revocations of authorizations, recategorization of the norm operators, and surrenders. And we plan to actually have these published once decisions have been made on them. Further to that is that the regulator will be publishing the decisions, the regulatory decisions that are taken by the NNR on a quarterly basis. And we want to make sure that in the year 2025 and 26, we then publish 100% of those decisions that would have been made by the regulator related to authorizations for different applicants and operators. Next slide, please. Then, Chair, on this slide, we see the balanced scorecard measure of internal business process, learning and development, and the financial measure. So in terms of our internal business, where the outcome is a capable and efficient and well-governed regulator, We have a measure related to compliance with legislation, and we are targeting to achieve 95% and upwards compliance with legislation that is relevant to the regulator. And further, we plan to implement 100% of the plan that we have put together on internal business process improvements. We also have a plan related to ICT security, as the members will appreciate that online security now is a big issue. And so we plan to implement 100% of the actions that we have identified as needing action in the area of ICT security. But this is not to suggest at all that we don't have ICT security. We do, but we know that there is always, we are trying to keep ahead of issues related to ICT security so that we don't get caught with our pants down at any stage. And then lastly, on the internal business process is that we want to determine and publish the timeframes that are related to the different regulatory processes that we undertake, which relate to applications for authorizations, amendments to authorizations, revocations, categorizations, and surrenders. So in this period, we want to bed down at least 2 of those and be able to provide timelines that will be known by an applicant or an operator that if you are applying for this at the NNR, it is going to take this long for you to get a decision.
Excuse me, Homo. Sorry, Homo. Is Fasia in, Secretary? Is Honorable Fasia in?
Yes, he is here.
Okay. If I am take out by the network, she must continue take over, please. I'm struggling here. Thank you. Continue.
I'm here, Chair, not to worry.
Thank you, Chair. Then under learning and development, we are planning to develop 2 educational programs related to the field of nuclear safety and security that can then be offered to anybody that wishes to attend. We do have a Center for Nuclear Safety and Security that is based at the University of Pretoria, through which we are able to undertake this activity. Then under the financial measure, we are of course targeting to maintain our clean records as it relates to the audit opinions of the AGSA. So we want to attain an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. This audit is currently underway. And then we have a target related to procurement spend on targeted designated groups as defined. And as the NNR, we have been able to progressively increase this percentage. And in this financial year, we are planning to spend 70% of our procurement spend on the targeted designated groups. Chair, at this point, I'm going to ask the CFO to take you through our budget.
Thank you, CEO, and thanks, Chair. I have played the video. I'm not sure if members can be able to see.
We can see you, CFO.
All right, thank you. I'll switch it off and then proceed. Yeah, in terms of the financial resources, in terms of the plans that we just outlined, the outcomes are adequately funded. We've got outcome number 1 until number 5. The first one being the improved stakeholder trust and confidence, making sure that the nuclear safety role is known. We budgeted 15 million, and then we've got increased assurance of nuclear safety for the people, property, and environment. These include both oversight, regulatory oversight for ESCOM, as well as NEXA and other facilities. Then enhance emergency preparedness to make sure that in an event that there's a nuclear incident, we are ready. That is the amount that is budgeted. And then the continuous improvement of the regulatory standards and practice in nuclear innovation for safety, it is 161 million. And then the capable and efficient and well-governed regulator at 155, with a capital expenditure of 18 million. Then the programs has been funded as follows. The nuclear power plant, which in the main is the regulatory oversight over Quebec, it is budgeted at 52 million. You must take into account that this is done internally by our own staff, highly qualified and competent staff that do the reviews and assessment to provide the assurance of safety and security by conducting compliance assurance inspection and making sure that the enforcement activities happen, as well as the regulatory reviews and assessment and the general oversight of the Quebec nuclear power plant. Then the next program, which is the nuclear technology and natural occurring radioactive material, which in the main, it's for the research reactor at NEXA, and the mining activities, we've got on average 133 mining facilities, including other operators. We budgeted 63 million. This is for processing nuclear application, as well as nuclear installation for the nuclear vessel license, certificates of registration, as well as certificate of exemption, as well as conducting inspections, as well as the enforcement activities. Then over the MTF period, it's 216 million. Then the research and improvement program, we've budgeted 78 million, and this is to provide the cross-cutting services to these other two programs, making sure that there's enhanced emergency preparedness on our side and from the operator side. In an event, this nuclear incident, we are able to operate and cope with this situation. Then also continuous improvement in terms of the regulatory standard, making sure that the standards are up to date, they are internationally aligned. Then the administration program, which include strategic leadership and management of operation, maintenance of our offices, as well as the laboratory, and making sure that we do have the necessary equipment to be able to test samples. As CEO has indicated, 173 million has been budgeted, and this include also the activities of the board oversight, the procurement activities in the organization, as well as corporate support and the audit processes by the AGSA. Then in this is a statement summary of our total budget that reflect our revenue. You will see that our total budget for 2025-6, it is at 332 million. 46 million will come from the departmental transfer. I must emphasize that over the years, we've seen a decline in this government allocation because of the cabinet-wide budget cuts, that we've seen the 10% decline in our budget. In the main, our main revenue comes from the nuclear license authorization fee, with the two contributors, the biggest contributor being ESCOM and the NEXA, and then followed by the application for the nuclear license. Then the compensation of employees and goods and services at those levels. I must say that our staff complement does the main work for the regulator. Then this graph just shows the gap between our own revenue, the blue line reflecting what we generate through the authorization fees. Then the orange one is the departmental transfer. So you can see there's a clear gap between what we generate ourselves and what the department transfer, taking into account that there was a budget cut recently, which was the cabinet-wide cut. Then our revenue categories, we in the main being the nuclear license authorization fee I've indicated, followed by the application fees, departmental transfer, and then third being the application fees and the other interest income that we generate through the money in the bank. Then in terms of the consolidated expenditure, this reflects where the expenditure goes in terms of the nature of the expenditure. The staff expenses in the main comprises of the related inspection that need to be conducted, the traveling, the accommodation when we visit these facilities in all over the country, visiting all provinces, particularly to inspect the gold mining, as well as the Quebec nuclear power plant and NEXA. then the professional fees, including work that we outsource, a small portion of it that we outsource to the technical support organization in the main, and then the administrative expenses relating to our normal day-to-day running of the regulator, which include making sure that we've got the right cybersecurity protocols, the network are functioning, the REC, which CEO has indicated, has got the right software codes. We are able to conduct the analysis in terms of the sample using some of the codes that we have to buy internationally, and also contributing to the membership of the IEA, South Africa being the member state and the founding member in the IAEA. Thanks, Chairperson. I'll stop and take it back to Chairperson.
Thanks very much, CFO. I'll hand over back to the committee chairperson, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Hassan.
Chairperson Vanna, are you still with us?
I see she's on the platform.
Okay, maybe Chairperson will alert us if she is on the line. But in the meanwhile, let's note hands. Or let me just confirm before I note hands. Is there anything else that has been left off from the presentation? Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to assume that they're covered. I'm now going to note hands to interrogate the presentation. We're going to note Honorable Milam first and Honorable Mbata second, and then we'll see if there's any others. In that order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. And thank you for the presentation to the NNR. Let's just start with your mandate. And I want to get absolute clarity here. Your mandate is not the promotion of nuclear energy, is that correct? It is to ensure the safe use of nuclear technology. Then let's move on to slide 8, where you talk about your board. And this relates to your mandate in particular, because if your mandate is to ensure the safe use of nuclear technology, what are you doing to ensure community representation on your board? The seat for a community representative has been vacant since 2021, even though it is a legislated requirement. And you state in your presentation that the current board was appointed in 2023. Why was there not someone appointed to that community representation seat? So I'd really like some clarity on that. Then there's a recurring issue, and this is on slide 10, and that is the lack of baselines for several critical performance indicators. And these relate to stakeholder trust, emergency preparedness, and regulatory process timelines. And without those baselines, it's very difficult to assess whether or not you're actually making progress. And you could come next year and say, well, we've done this, and it looks like you've achieved 100%, but you've got no baseline that you're measuring against. So, for example, the outcome indicator for improved stakeholder trust and confidence in the nuclear safety regulatory role of the NNR states no baseline, but you're aiming for improved level of stakeholder trust and performance. So how are you going to measure that improved level of stakeholder trust without an established baseline? What specific metrics are you going to use to gauge it? And on that same topic, what are the specific initiatives that you're going to take to ensure effective collaboration and communication with stakeholders? How are you going to get the message out there? I've already mentioned that for enhanced emergency preparedness and response in the event of nuclear incidents, there's no baseline, as is for continuous improvement of regulatory standards and practices through innovations in nuclear safety. The latter aims for 100% of regulatory processes with determined timelines developed and 100% compliance with specified processing timelines. Again, both have no baselines. So how are you going to measure that you've achieved 100% if you don't have a baseline? With regard to the innovations in nuclear safety. What specific innovations in nuclear safety are you talking about? What are you going to look at implementing to ensure that these are implemented? And then my last question is on slide 4. You talk about global and national factors that are currently impacting on your operating environments and how I'd really like you to elaborate on how these are influencing your strategic plan and what you're doing to mitigate those factors or to embrace those factors if they are positive factors. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mbata, go ahead. Honorable Mbata, you are muted. Hold on a second. We can't hear you. Honorable Mbata, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can we talk now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can't see the video again.
We don't need your video now necessarily. I think it's more important that we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to ask 3 questions. Firstly, the organization is of service to nuclear awareness, protecting communities, and making sure that the regulations affecting the continuation of nuclear in South Africa are well managed, well balanced, and protect the state and the communities. I would like to know, for instance, the first question. With the current structure of your organization, with the current complement of your workforce, if South Africa were to grow its nuclear capacity beyond Western Cape, what is it that you will need as a requirement? For instance, we've got nuclear intentions to grow our energy and to protect the state in the future, maybe. What will be the projected complement of your staff in the interest of those upcoming, I will call it, challenges and imperatives? Lastly, how many drills do you normally do on an expected stroke projected levels with the city of Cape Town, where currently there is only one nuclear facility, nuclear 1 and nuclear 2? The reason why this is important is because if you comply to one existing site, it may create an impression to us that you are ready for the future development of other nuclear facilities. And if we don't see this in one existing site, it may give us an impression that the organization is not actually ready for its challenges or opportunities or even its mandate. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've handed over to you.
Honorable Hassan.
Honorable Hassan.
Yes, Honorable Paulson and then Honorable Nchabaleng. Sorry, I'm in a loud space because of my network challenges from earlier on. In that order, Honorable Paulson or Honorable Nchabaleng?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The questions to the NNR is, firstly, can the NNR provide us with an update on its work regarding the Koeberg Nuclear Power Station and Eskom's nuclear installation site license? And how many nuclear sites does the NNR oversee for license compliance reviews and assessments? And how many nuclear licenses have been issued in South Africa? And could NNR also provide us with a breakdown of its human resource requirements and demographic for the medium term, specifically regarding women, youth, people with disabilities? Now, in Program 1, Administration, There's a 54.6% decrease in capital expenditure from 34.6 million in 2024-2025 to 15.7 million in the current financial year. Could the NNR explain this to us, please? And also, targeted designated groups are intended for 70% procurement spend. What are these target designated groups? And how will we measure objectives for this target? And also, could the NNR provide us with an update on the performance of Program 1 for the 2024-2025 financial year to contextualize the changes in targets and allocations for 2025-2026? Then in Program 2, Nuclear Power Plant, I'd like to understand the rationale behind the significant 9.5% reduction in Program 2's budget, particularly the decrease in compensation of employees. You know, these are highly skilled personnel and with great technical skills, which is in demand. So I'd need to understand why we'd reduce compensation for these employees. And then Program 3, Nuclear Technology and Naturally Occurring Radioactive Materials. So there's a consistent overperformance, reporting more than 100% achieved on targets relating to the 100% implementation of reviews and assessment plans. So I think, you know, when you consistently report over 100% in performance, I think the goals are not being stretched or the targets are not being stretched enough. That is why it's easy to achieve, and you know it's unrealistic that you know you're constantly going to overachieve. So I think you know you should review those targets and actually have something to work towards. And I think under Program 4, Regulatory Improvement and Technical Services, RITS, I'd like to know what informed the increase in Program 4's output indicators from 4 to 8 for the 2025-2026 financial year without a corresponding budget growth. You've increased your output indicators, but there's no growth in your budget for this particular program. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson?
Thank you. Honorable Ntshabile.
Thank you so much. I think the first issue for consideration is the issue in relation to the nuclear regulator's role played in the nuclear industry. One, we're seeing a lot of global changes with regards to challenges around the nuclear regulatory issue, for instance, on the issues with regards to the international body that does the whole process in terms of nuclear monitoring and stuff. And of late, there's been huge talks around nuclear crisis, whereby there could be, a nuclear, war that could break out. We're not saying South Africa is on the nuclear proliferation. South African nuclear plants are non-proliferation, so we understand that. But the risk with regards to the nuclear asset, how well prepared is the NNR with regards to any nuclear damage or a nuclear threat in respect to either a war or any challenge on cybersecurity, as well as sabotage of South Africa's sovereignty around nuclear? And we have seen this on an often basis, whereby you have had lobby groups that have attempted to influence the courts and have attempted to influence government adversely against nuclear. That's one form of sabotage, right? We have seen that, processes happening. We've seen the hampering of nuclear regulatory space to happen, whereby the licensing of the expansion of the nuclear build program, which was hampered through a court decision and process whereby South Africa lost 10,000 megawatts of a nuclear build with the Russians. All right, this was another threat. Where is the regulator playing a role in ensuring that whenever these processes are being conceptualized and are being actually pushed through, there will be a regulatory oversight and process to assist? Because at the end of the day, the courts make decisions where the regulator is supposed to be stepping in to be deciding, which seems that it looks like the nuclear regulator is not performing their own role. Because if the courts have to now decide on either a process of nuclear regulatory and licensing process goes on, it means that there is no need for the regulator. We might as well actually apply to the courts to request for nuclear licensing. So which role does the nuclear regulator play in respect to licensing? Very critical, because if you look at it, we've lost a major build. The 2,500 megawatts of nuclear, new nuclear, which was supposed to have been built under the Minister Hossein Tsoramokgopa, has been stalled by the court. Not much is happening right now. The 10,000 which was supposed to have been built in the last administration under President Zuma in the past was stalled. South Africa is losing a lot of opportunities in the nuclear sector, which requires even hampers our economic growth and transformation and development. We're losing jobs, we're losing expertise, we're losing people who are leaving the nuclear nuclear industry because of the collapse in regulatory space, whereby the regulator has not been playing a strong role in promoting as well as ensuring that there is nuclear energy as well as there is nuclear scientific and exploration and innovation, participation. And I can cite you an example. I think during the tenure of Minister Jeff Khadebe, there was an incident where one of the Pelindaba plant, in terms of the 20 megawatts nuclear reactor for experimental purposes, was switched off for over a year. And that went to another year of the reactor being switched off. And whenever we ask the questions, why was the reactor non-operational? Because it was hampering the work of, for instance, NEXA at the time, which was reliant on this reactor for the work that it was doing in terms of its products and services, as well as solutions. It was said that the nuclear regulator did not want to authorize the operation of the reactor when everything was done within NEXA. So the nuclear regulator plays a role sometimes of actually harming the sector itself in terms of playing politics in the regulatory space rather than advancing South Africa's interest at the center and the core of it. We've seen that before, and we've seen the role at which the regulator has never protected the sector and industry. They have never taken an advanced stage of saying, we need to be a nuclear nation that is under the non-proliferation rule, wonderful, that is doing low-grade enrichment, that is doing, an aspect of promoting science and technology and innovation and everything else that we need, and encouraging the building of new nuclear power plants in order to grow the sector and economy. But we're not seeing that. And yet your main mandate, your main revenue depends on licensing of nuclear. Government gives a minuscule 50 million or so in terms of nuclear funding on revenue in order to support the work. So what is the role of the nuclear regulator when it is not playing the advancement of South Africa's nuclear economy, nuclear build, nuclear program in terms of the licensing? We still have Stainspan and the other licensing that is currently still due, that has been not been finalized. So these are the questions that we want to know. The other issue is the current license for Quebec 2, Unit 2, which is due to expire in November 9th, 2025. We want to know how far is the decision making in regards to the long-term operating license for Unit 2 that is supposed to be made before the 9th of November 2025. If this license is not granted, for instance, to Quebec Unit 2 will have to be switched off. 1,000 megawatts of electricity will be lost, and it will create another crisis with regards to the energy security and supply, with already an existing problem in the energy crisis. So wanted to know that what is the current process of finalizing the operating license, and the extension of the operating license for Quebec unit number 2. Other issues are relating to the fact that how much does the regulator know? If you were to give us an assessment or a rough average, how much does it cost in terms of money currently in millions or billions? How much does it cost to operate Quebec 1 and 2 annually? This information the regulator should have. How much does it cost on an annual basis? The whole total cost for Quebec 1 and 2 to generate 2,000 megawatts of electricity that is currently happening, including or anything, upgrade and as well as maintenance and everything on an annual basis. That's what I want to know as well. The issue in terms of the financials, I think the regulator can do better in terms of the planning. I saw that it has a planning for any emergency, and the budget there is 6 million in respect to emergency. I think that's too little. If there was to be any nuclear crisis in South Africa, which God forbid would not happen, but if there were to be any, the amount of money set aside for any eventuality is too little. And I think a lot of more money should be actually put aside to making sure that we can have a much more stronger, tighter nuclear security and regulation. The final question I wanted to ask is on the issue that last year there was a bill passed that requested that there must be a degrading as well as the phasing out as well as the almost the shutting down of the high enrichment nuclear programs that were there in the previous government, in the apartheid government. High enrichment in terms of military grade nuclear enrichment, which would create nuclear capability bombs as well as nuclear capability military readiness in South Africa. The bill has been passed, unfortunately, which means we are going to lose yet another massive, huge lucrative opportunity in the nuclear space. How far has that now been processed, and what is the work that is happening? And last but not least, is really to do with the vessels licensing. South Africa needs a vessels industry. How far is the nuclear regulator working on nuclear vessels licensing process, and do we have any licensed nuclear vessels operating in South Africa under the NEXA licensing? If not, why are we not creating the industry for it? Thank you so much. I will listen to the answers and responses.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I'm just seeing if there's anyone else who seeks to ask any questions. Honourable Milam, you are unmuted. Is that a mistake, or do you want to make any last comments?
Honourable Hassan, I just wanted to ask another quick question. I apologize for that. It was something that I meant to
Hold
ask
on a
earlier.
moment. Let's take you, and then we'll close off with Honourable Nkosi. Then I don't take... Okay, hold on. I'm seeing a few hands now. Let's be systematic here. To be fair, let's do it like this. Let's take Honourable Nkosi, Honourable Bapti, and then Honourable Milam. So we give members who haven't spoken in this round first. And then I'm closing off on this particular session so that it's also easier to answer. And then I think, honourable members, in the next round, we can try the methodology we were discussing in the last meeting. Not now, let's try it in the next one, where we ask questions and get responses immediately, and then we can discuss those terms of reference. But for now, let's continue in the way we've agreed. Honourable Nkosi, Honourable Bapti, and then Honourable Milam. Thank you.
Mr. Chabileng, I think, raised his hand as well, Chair.
Honourable Chabileng, you've just spoken, my leader. Can I just check? You want to add anything? Can we hold on to that?
As a follow-up. No, after all the answers, after follow-up.
Okay, so let's hold on. Let me get those three I've mentioned. Honourable Nkosi, Honourable Bapti, Honourable Milam. Let's get responses. And then we take it from there, if that's fine with you, Honourable Chabileng, because I know you've just spoken. And then, like I say, in the next round, with the next presentation, we're going to take the new format that we've been trying to, or we want to trial out. All right, let's move in that regard. Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, no, I just have just one question. Just I wanted to get clarity on. It's actually on the long-term operation of the Quebec nuclear power station. I just wanted maybe to get clarity from NNR. The continued safe operation of the Quebec is very much important or paramount concern. The NNR's role in reviewing and authorizing its LTO is very critical as well. This involves extensive safety assessments, particularly concerning aging infrastructure and the steam generator replacement project. I just wanted to check, Chair, what is the specific milestone and performance indicators that are set for the NNR's oversight of the Quebec's LTO application and ongoing operation for 2025-2026 financial year? And also, how will the NNR ensure the independence and robustness of its technical reviews, potentially engaging external experts where necessary? Lastly, Chair, what are the public communication strategies around the Quebec LTO, and how will the community concerns be addressed? Those are the only questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Bapti, let's move in the order that I said. Just to save time, I shouldn't have to call us all out.
All right. Thank you, Chair. What didn't come through for me in this presentation is planning in respect of nuclear new build and what NNR has done to accommodate that growth. So we could have a little more detail from the NNR in terms of how they have planned to deal with nuclear new build that is intended in the not too distant future.
Okay, thanks. My quick follow-up, or not follow-up, but the additional question that I wanted to ask. In the amended NNR Act, which was passed last year, the Act removes the NNR's authority over nuclear naval vessels. So my question then is, who's going to ensure the safety and regulatory compliance of foreign nuclear vessels that then dock in Cape Town Harbour or Simonstown Harbour or wherever they may dock? Who is responsible for monitoring radioactive emissions? Who's going to ensure that there is compliance with South African legislation when those vessels arrive? Thank you.
Honorable Nchabeleng, let's take you very quickly. I'm giving you 30 seconds to a minute because I was fair earlier. Honorable Nchabeleng, are you reserving your right to speak now?
No, I wanted the answer so that I can do a follow-up.
Okay, no, I understand. Then let's get from the entity then, and then we'll see if there's any follow-ups. Over to the team.
Hey, no, thanks, Chair. I'll start and then let the CEO deal with other question together with the management. Just on the question of the mandate of the National Nuclear Regulator, our primary mandate, as indicated, is that it's mainly about the protection of people, persons, and the environment against nuclear damage. So that's our primary mandate. We are not enjoined to promote nuclear, so we don't have that mandate of promoting nuclear. That will be the responsibility of operators. So we are not involved in any nuclear promotion. In terms of the community representation on a board, that's true that there's a vacancy there for some times. But obviously the reason behind that is that there was a litigation with respect to that appointment. Eventually that has been finalized through the court, and now the ball is in the minister's hand in terms of appointing a community representative on the NNR board. So we'll receive guidance from the minister or from the department in terms of when that appointment will be made. In terms of the update on Koeberg nuclear licensing, in terms of Unit 1 and Unit 2, Unit 1, the license was granted for extension for 20 years. That license was granted just before the expiry of the previous license. For Unit 2, the process is ongoing as well in terms of finalizing that. The current license is expiring in November, and from where we are sitting by that time, when it comes, we would have made our decision in terms of finalizing whether the license is granted or not on Unit 2. What other thing? Role of nuclear licensing promotion. I think I have dealt with we are not in the promotion in terms of the reactor. Okay, I'll hand over to the CEO. CEO, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the questions from Honorable Milehem. The lack of baselines on the stakeholder perception, on the effectiveness of emergency preparedness, on the effectiveness of our RERC, the predetermined timelines, as well as us processing within those timelines. So, Honorable Milehem, indeed, we have not done a stakeholder perception survey for a long time. This is why we want to do it. It is not to say we don't do stakeholder engagements, we do, but the NNR had not undertaken let's put a number on it, and then that will be our baseline. We continue to engage with the different stakeholders, but we thought it prudent that let's begin to survey them so that from 1 year to the next or one period to the next, we are able to see whether this improves or doesn't improve. On emergency preparedness, we have always implemented emergency exercises, and at the Koeberg nuclear power plant, these we do between 18 months and 2 years. And this involves the power plant, it involves the city of Cape Town, the province of the Western Cape, as well as the National Disaster Management Center at Cocta. So this is a big exercise that we do every 18 months. What we have not done is to bring in the element of the effectiveness. There has been questions raised that you do these exercises every 18 months to 2 years. At Koeberg, you do them. At NEXA, we do them annually. But that the question remains, are we able to judge the effectiveness of the emergency plan? That all these reports that we have had over the years when we do these exercises, are we able to put a measure, a number on is it effective or not, and does this effectiveness improve from here? So what we say there's no baseline is on measuring the effectiveness. The same thing happens with the NNR's REC. It is a center that was only launched a few years ago, and then we thought now with a few drills that we have done, similarly as we establish effectiveness with the authorization holders, we need to do the same with ourselves. On determining timelines for our regulatory processes, what currently happens in the NNR is if Ndate Milehem, you wish to become an operator in this space and you want to apply for a COR. Internally at the NNR, we have an idea of how long it should take. It doesn't always take that long. And the issue that our board had here was that it is because you have not, as management, bedded down these timelines and actually informed South Africa what these timelines are. So what we seek to do here is to make sure that these timelines, the same way you know if you go to Home Affairs and you apply for an ID, they say it takes 2 weeks. It is a contract that Home Affairs has with the people of South Africa. We begin to expect it to take 2 weeks. When it doesn't, they'll probably explain why. But with the NNR, we have not done this. And this is what we want to change so that we are able to say to you, if you apply for a site license, it is going to take you, whether we say it is 2 years, it is 5 years, it is 10 years, whatever the number, but we need to be able to know what this number is. Then once we know what that number is, there's the part where we want to then comply 100% with those timelines. And so we are undertaking these projects. We have the support of our IT to put in place the IT solutions that would then allow us to have reasonable timelines for our processes that interface with our external stakeholders, and including authorization holders and applicants. Then Honorable Mbata asked about our, as an organization, the service that we provide related to community awareness and us protecting the communities. The NNR undertakes quite a bit of community engagement at different levels. We do projects with where we visit schools. These are STEM days, and we visit communities in different community halls where they live. We also, during some weekends, have stands in shopping malls in the different areas around where there are facilities that are handling these materials that we regulate. This is just a highlight of some of the actions that we take. It will be in Gauteng, in the Western Cape, in the Northern Cape as well. Sometimes if it is Science Week, you will find the NNR out there. And what we do is to speak the message of nuclear safety, because we are not a promotional entity that promotes the use of nuclear technologies. We say when South Africa decides to use nuclear technologies, the NNR comes in to ensure the safety of, as the mandate says, persons, property, and the environment. There was a question about what the projected staff complement in the event that decisions are made to increase the percentage of nuclear energy in the country. And this question was also asked, I think, by Ndate Bapti. A few years ago, the policy of government spoke to increasing the percentage of nuclear electricity with an additional 9.6 gigawatts. When that happened, the NNR went through a process of re-looking at how we are structured as well as the numbers of staff. And at that time, it indicated that we needed to grow from whatever the number that was in 2018, we need to grow to 212. So steadily, the organization has been growing bit by bit, but as you might appreciate, in the absence of that big program, we cannot grow too fast, because of course we rely on the authorization fees of existing facilities, not ones that are on a policy document and there isn't movement from the authorization holders or the prospective applicant that would be applying to actually build and run those facilities. So it's I think this is a chicken and egg situation. We cannot grow too fast and not be able to afford the structure that we put in place and the numbers of the people that would be there. But indeed, we are alive to the fact that when those decisions are made, we need to relook at, do we have enough people? Rather, unfortunately, if we could, if government were to give us enough money to say that, you know, you can start preparing for an expanded nuclear program, here is X million rand, we are happy to do that. But at this point, indeed, when there was talk of the 9.6 gigawatts, we looked at the structure and we have a number in mind. And this point is that we should be about 212 and we are just around 170. Then there was a question about how many drills do we undertake with the city of Cape Town. That I think I have addressed partially. It is that the regulatory emergency exercise is the one that I say we do once in about 2 years at Coburg. The operator of the facility and the intervening organization, the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape Province, they have their own drills that they do. When they do those, they invite us, we can come in and observe, but they are required to do those. It is not that they wait for the regulatory emergency exercise to continue to test their own response and the response of the infrastructure that they need for emergency response. Then Dr. Paulson asked us to provide an update on site license. I can just indicate that at this point, Eskom has applied for the site license for day spent and the site license indeed at Danafontein. And we are reviewing and assessing both as and when the applicant provides updated information or outstanding information, as has happened with the day spent site. Then there was a question on how many nuclear installation licenses we have issued. This I can just, if given time, go into my files to get you an exact number, or we can provide it in writing if the chairperson allows. The other person also asked the NNR to provide projections on the number of women, youth, and people with disabilities. This chair also we can provide, you know, the exact figures as we have them in our employment equity plan, with your permission. And then we had questions on the procurement questions and the budget questions. I'm going to leave them for the CFO, who will come after I am done. But let me go on and address, that a person said we have reported achievement of 100% on reviews and assessment. In today's presentation, we were indicating that we are targeting to achieve these numbers. But if in the past we have indicated that having targeted 100%, we overachieved. Look, one of the things that happened is, as the NNR, we can target, say we've targeted that we will do 200 reviews and assessments, and we complete those. If something happens at the facility and there is the way the operator reacts is that there are more submissions that are sent to the NNR for review and assessment in order to deal with whatever situation that is happening at the facility. We have to respond. We have to be responsive to the industry that we are regulating. So in some cases, you will find, yes, you have completed your numbers for the quarter, but now there's a situation at the plant the submissions that are coming through, we have to deal with them. And then we have to account for them at the end of the financial year when we do the reporting. Is it under targeting? I wouldn't describe it as under targeting necessarily, but that we do realistic targeting and then we are responsive if then there are other things that happen on the plant and the operators submit, make more submissions that we have to review and assess so that we don't hamper their operations. Ntate Chabeleng had questions about the role of the NNR in the nuclear industry. I think the chairperson has dealt with those. And then you raised the issue that happened during Minister Hadeve's time where Pelindaba was switched off for a year. So what happened during that time is that the Safari research reactor was operating. The Nexus NTP facilities that produce radioisotopes, this is the facility that Nexa had shut down following some issues that they had with their hydrogen sensor. So Nexa shuts down the facility, informs the regulator of this incident. When a nuclear facility is shut down, in order to restart, the operator requires the permission of the regulator. So Nexa tried to deal with that challenge. It took them time, but at no point was it that it is the regulator that does not want to authorize them. If we had done that, NTP would have had the right to appeal our decisions, but they did not do that because there was no decision to be appealed. They understood that they needed to get their hydrogen sensors and the processes of how they even changed some of their standard operating procedures to make sure that they would have a two-man system where there would be somebody checking these hydrogen levels and others doing the operations in the hot cells. But it was never that the NNR did not want to authorize. It is that Nexa and NTP itself were aware of the challenges they were facing and they were addressing those. Then there were questions on the cost of operation of Unit 1 and 2. The NNR does not require of authorization holders to tell us about the costs of operating their facilities. We, in the main, restrict ourselves to issues of safety. But I am sure this question can be redirected to ESCOM to provide the committee with this information. The next issue that was raised is that the budget of 6 million for emergencies is not enough. And this 6 million is for us to undertake the work that we have described relating to us undertaking the regulatory emergency exercise at Nexa, which I indicated is scheduled for September, as well as the work related to the NNR's regulatory emergency response center in our building, the improvements that we need to do there. Then there was mention of the bill that was passed requesting phase out of HEU programs. I'm going to ask our legal advisor is on the call. He will handle that one, and the one about the amended act and the naval vessels. But I do suspect that the one about HEU programs, maybe it has to do with the Nuclear Energy Act. Daten Chabeleng wanted to know about the nuclear vessel licensing process. Do we have nuclear vessels operating in South Africa? So South Africa does not have vessels that are powered by nuclear power, but from time to time, the South Africa's Navy will be visited by their counterparts from other parts of the world where they do have vessels that are powered by nuclear power. And previously, this process involved the NNR, the minister, that is the executive authority over the NNR, and it would involve the Navy. But as you might appreciate, there was a lot of detail that they would not provide to us as civilians because they say these are military secrets. Why is NEXA not building nuclear vessels? I don't have an answer for this because this is not something that is in the purview of the NNR. I'm sure this question we can redirect to NEXA and they can provide a response to the committee. And Datenkosi asked about LTO. The chair has provided a response, but there was also a further question of what are the specific targets for Quebec LTO and ongoing operations. So that, Datenkosi, we cover under the target that related to implementing reviews and assessments. So as and when ESCOM sends in its supporting documents related to their application for LTO, we review those and assess and then provide a response. And this relates also to just the overall ongoing operations at the plant. So it all falls under the target on implementing reviews and assessments. If there's a need for us to then go in and do an inspection, that would then fall under the target that relates to the inspections. Then you raised a question on us undertaking independent technical reviews and issues of use of consultants. You would have seen on the budget that there is I think in this financial year, professional services is budgeted at about 21 million. So the law allows, and the budget has been crafted such that there is an allowance for us to be able to bring in independent reviews as and when required. The communication strategy to engage our community, I have addressed that. Then Dade Bapti asked about the planning for new build. I have addressed this when we were speaking about growing the staff complement of the NNR. And so here, Chair, I'm gonna ask the CFO to handle the money questions and Daten Doe to handle the question on the bill and the act. And Daten Doe, before, when you do come on, please put on your video and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. On the question about the decline in capital expenditure, it is because we previously had a budget for construction of the Cape Town office building, which we have since constructed and completed and is currently operational. We did it within budget. So because the construction has been completed, then the budget needed to be reduced because the work has fully been done. The only current issues that are currently happening is the fitting of furniture and to make sure that the network is compatible with head office, as well as to make sure that all other things that are necessary for the office to function are being retrofitted. Then the 70% procurement measure, we've got criteria that are embedded in the legislation in terms of the level of BEE requirements, which considers all level 1 up until level 8. So we prioritize the small enterprises to make sure that they got a chance to participate. That does not necessarily mean that we ignore everyone else, but we make sure that we prioritize them so that they can participate in the economy. Then in terms of the decline in compensation for the nuclear power plant program, you'll take note that the cost containment was issued around 2023. It was not exceptional to us. We had to apply the cost containment. As a result, when it was issued, we put a pause in filling of vacancies and deferred them after we've done an assessment of the impact of how they're going to impact on the deliverables of the mandate. We've since assessed that and we understood it, and we wrapped up the appointment of those positions because some of the employees were going on pension. So we had a capacity to be able to do work because the succession plan was functional. So when those employees went on pension, those that were succeeding them, they were utilized to be able to carry the baton. Then we ramped up now the appointment of and filling of those pension, those who went on retirement. I hope I've addressed all in terms of the money matters CEO, because we've spoken already about the 6 million budget, which you adequately address. Thanks, Chair.
Afternoon, my name is Furupero, last name is Ndo. I'm the head of legal services at the NNR. I'm going to be answering the questions that the CEO requested that I should attend to. And I'm going to start with the one relating to the NNR Act amendment. There was an indication that the NNR's role with regard to the nuclear vessel license was removed with the amendments passed last year. Maybe perhaps to clarify that what was removed from the Act was a regulation of military vessels, and these are military vessels of foreign state. But the NNR's role with regard to civilian or commercial nuclear vessel licenses, it is still very much intact. We still do that. And any nuclear vessel license that wants to enter our territorial waters or anchor is still subjected to our regulation. There was some form of a rationale why military vessels were now removed out from the Act, and this was mainly military vessels that are coming in that are either propelled by nuclear power. Certain information that is required, it is information that is political in nature, that the NNR would never get such information and all that, but that is for the purposes of drafting the Act, and which is already accepted. But for these purposes, I think the assurance that we can give is that NVL are still being regulated by the NNR. The second one was the high enrichment uranium bill, and that one, it would not be a bill related to the work of the NNR. I'm struggling to find out what what it would have been, but the only bill relevant to the work of the NNR that was published last year, it is the amendments to the NNR Act that I've already talked to. There was also a question that related to Quebec Nuclear Power Station LTO milestones, licensing milestones, and this was answered partly by the CEO and the chairperson. Unit 1 decision has already been made last year. And with regard to Unit 2, the regulator is processing the information that has been received from the applicant thus far. There is an indication from the applicant that additional information will still be coming. And once the additional information has been received, the public participation process would ensue, which would then be followed by a regulatory decision at a later stage. There was also a question relating to what role does the NNR play in nuclear licensing? And this, the context that was provided is that the NNR may not be playing its role because decisions are being taken by the courts. I think that context relates to the policy issue regarding the Section 34 determination and the decision of the Western Cape High Court that was made, I think, in April 2017. And that is purely a policy decision. It was not at a level of implementing the nuclear regulation, the Nuclear Regulatory Act. And it is a space that the NNR would not play in because policy and promotional issues, we are not in that space. NNR is a creature of statute, and NNR was reconfigured in 1999 pursuant to the decision of the Republic of South Africa to be party to the Convention on Nuclear Safety. And that convention was, by design, very clear to say that there has to be an independent regulator, and that independent regulator needs to be very different, to be independent and operate different from the promotional bodies. And this was in recognition of the earlier accidents, nuclear accidents that has happened in Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, where at that time the role of the regulator was very closely related to the operators. And then the countries of the world were clear to say that going forward, we need the regulator to be independent from the entities that are responsible for promotion. And in terms of the Convention on Nuclear Safety, the aspects that the NNR needs to consider are only the safety implications. And it has to do it independently. So we are different from maybe other regulators that may be economic and looking at the economic factors and all that. Being a creature of statute, our role is confined to safety implications. And once we start concern ourselves with the promotional aspect of nuclear, all our regulatory decisions are going to be challenged, and the challengers are going to be successful in overturning all our decisions, and it is really going to be what Honorable Nchaveling didn't want, that the licensing decisions should be taken by the courts. There was also a question to say how well prepared is the NNR with regard to nuclear damage. Nuclear damage and nuclear incidences are NNR plays the risk management role to prevent them from occurring, and we do that by issuing a licenses, and when we issue licenses, we need to be satisfied that the applicants comply with the requirements of the Act, and we set the conditions of authorization, and we inspect compliance with conditions of authorization. But the primary responsibility of being prepared for nuclear damage and nuclear incidences, that is the responsibilities of the operators. And there is the operators, they execute that responsibilities with the relevant municipalities and the relevant national government departments. And this, the further role of the NNR is just to make sure that for the emergency plans that are in place to mitigate or being triggered during those incidences, they are effective, and the NNR does review all the emergency plans on a regular basis to make sure that they are effective and they will be fit for purpose when they are required. The last aspect that I may want to touch on is the number of nuclear installation licenses issued in South Africa. If we are talking strictly about the nuclear installation licenses, there are 2 issued to Eskom and about 42 issued to Nexa. So in terms of the nuclear installation licenses, we have got 44 issued already in South Africa, but over and above that, we also have other licenses issued to the mineral and processing facilities in the norm space, and there are COEs and there are CORs, and we have got about, I think, 13 certificate of exemptions that have been issued, and about 135. It may be maybe additional 5 or so, 235 that has been issued to the norm sector. I think that covers all the areas that I was required to cover, CEO. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Very, very detailed. Let me now note some follow-ups. Okay, I'm seeing 2 hands as expected. Honorable Nchabileng and then Honorable Milam. Let's try and keep our follow-ups shorter, only because if we do want a lunch break, we'll negotiate the time in a moment. But if we want a lunch break, we need to keep that in mind. So let's do those 2 follow-ups in that order of Nchabileng and then Honorable Milam as well. And then let's try and get the responses from the entity as fast as possible. And then we can take a short break if time allows, and then go into the afternoon session. Over to you, Honorable Nchabileng.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I'm not so sure if I have been answered in respect to the questions that I've actually laid through. One was on that issue of the extension of the license. I don't know if it was answered. Maybe I missed the answer, in terms of the one that is expiring in November the 9th, 2025. What is the process towards the extension of it, and has it been finalized? Because we keep finding ourselves in this situation whenever nuclear is actually, involved. There's an intention, almost intentionally, to create a nuclear crisis and a nuclear scare, whereby issues of licensing gets now cited by media later on to say, for instance, Quebec doesn't have a license to operate, and then it's reaching this stage, and then suddenly there's a hyped up media frenzy and sensation around the issues around Quebec, particularly on the nuclear side of it, because yes, there's an interest to shut down nuclear in South Africa. So if we can resolve the issues of licensing now, and make sure that it does not get to the point where when we get to November, there is now another media crisis created around South Africa's energy, particularly on the nuclear side of it. So I don't know if I got that answer to say, yes, the licensing has been finalized or has been issued out, or there is a process to finalize it. I don't know. But we know that the trend is whenever it gets to licensing stage, there is always media leaks. There is issues where people are made to believe that this nuclear is all evil and demonic, and if we give it a license, etc. So, can we just avoid that? And because we are members of parliament, we represent the people. At the end of the day, we're not nuclear scientists and experts, but we know about the sector and the industry. And we want to be given comfort that the narrative that continuously condemns the sector as the most evil and demonic is actually obliterated. And the work done by, for instance, the regulator is foresight-based, it's advance-based. They can foresee issues that are coming and avert them by making sure that the regulatory environment and framework is simplified to make sure that these licenses do not create another media crisis and scarecrow and etc. I wasn't answered on the global crisis around the nuclear issues. We've got Ukraine, where there is a nuclear threat in terms of its nuclear sites. We've got now Iran, we've got Israel, we've got the US, we've got Russia's sites that are under threat, we've got the Chinese sites that are under threat. And I didn't hear any details speaking to this particular issue. Globally, there is a crisis around the sabotage as well as the military bombardment of nuclear sites as a result in order to destroy military assets, nuclear assets that states have. And I don't expect an answer now. I would expect a detailed, almost informed paper that will actually give us the comfort to say, no, South Africa is working within this framework, and militarily, if a threat of this nature were to arise, what is going to be the response and what will be the capability and readiness of the country's capability around this particular issue? And we might be maybe laissez-faire or a bit almost casual about this issue, but it speaks back to our sovereignty. We have these great assets that can be under threat, regionally, globally, and nobody's speaking to this issue in terms of its response. So I just want to get a clarity on that. They can give us a written response on that. But in terms of the issue of the licensing, that is a simple issue. We can just be given an answer. If not, it might be given on a data level and stuff like that. That is, I think, one of the issues I just wanted to return back to. The licensing of those two sites, Tainspan and on the other side, is critical. Tainspan has been already long in the workings and in the spanners for years. Why is there still a licensing process due when this particular process has long been completed, when before even the 10,000 megawatts nuclear build was suggested? And I see that my question in respect to why is the regulator not taking a proactive action in respect of protecting the nuclear sector around all of the attacks, whether it is to do with sabotage, whether it's to do with these NGOs that are continuously going against nuclear in South Africa. Why is the regulator not taking a proactive approach? He's not been answered. And then somehow we find ourselves in an environment where South Africa gets again deindustrialized, gets affected by losing skills and people living overseas because the nuclear sector is not performing in South Africa, and because there's no nuclear regulator that is actually being active in protecting this nuclear industry. So I just want clarity on that. If they cannot provide it in a simple, concise way, maybe we should get a detailed response to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 points. The first is that, well, let me just pick up on what Honorable Nchabaleng has just spoken about. He spoke on the one hand about the demonization of nuclear, and I appreciate where he's coming from. But on the other hand, he then spoke about the bombing of nuclear sites in Russia and China and Tehran and the like. And that's why people get scared. And the role of a nuclear regulator is to ensure the safety. It's not to promote the nuclear industry. It's to ensure the safety of those sites? And I verified that right up front. It was my very first question, my very first point. What is your role and mandate? And it's on your slide. It says your role is to ensure the safety of people and the environment around nuclear facilities. Now, the reason I raise this is because my question was not really answered by Mr. Ndu, and that is, when a nuclear vessel, a nuclear naval vessel, which was in my question, comes into a harbor in South Africa, let's say it's a Russian aircraft carrier or an American submarine or a French cruiser, whatever, that is nuclear powered. Who monitors that vessel to ensure that it is not leaking radioactive emissions into our environment? Who monitors it to make sure that it is compliant with our laws? And I'm not saying go and check every bolt and steam generator or whatever it might be that's on that vessel. I'm saying who's monitoring it? Who is ensuring compliance? And that's where the issue comes in. And that comes back to Honorable Ntabeleng's point about the demonization of the industry. If we're going to ensure that our people are safe, if we're going to ensure that our environment is safe, if we're going to ensure that our country is safe, then we need to make sure that everything that comes into the country, including foreign naval vessels, is monitored. And it's as simple as that. So my question again stands, who's doing that monitoring for compliance purposes if it's not the NNR? Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Let's try and get that response. And then we can reassess on time.
Okay, Chair, thanks. I'll ask the CEO to respond. But just on the point of protecting the nuclear sector, I think the CEO did indicate, even myself in the presentation, that we are regulated by the Nuclear Regulator Act, which specifically define our mandate, which is the protection of persons, people, and environment against nuclear damage. So our primary function is to make sure that wherever there are nuclear activities taking place, those nuclear activities and operation are conducted safely. They don't cause nuclear damage. So that's our primary responsibility. So in terms of promoting or protecting the nuclear industry or sector, then it becomes the responsibility of the nuclear itself, as in the operators. That will have to take that responsibility. Ours is primary to make sure that whatever is operating is operated safely. Just on the question of the nuclear vessels that is coming to the country, who regulates that? One may acknowledge the fact that maybe with the response that was given by Mr. Ndu in terms of the military vessels, there could be some gaps there. But as a general rule, all nuclear activities which falls within the South African territory are regulated by nuclear regulator. So in other words, even if there is a nuclear installation that is coming or a vessel is coming to the country, as a first point of call, it will be the regulator that will make sure that there is safe operation of that nuclear vessel or installation. Until such time that someone comes to us and say, in terms of this particular law, we are prevented from doing that, but we'll have to do that because that primary responsibility of regulating all nuclear regulation, all nuclear activities in the country, they rest with the regulator. So I hope it answers what could be maybe the gaps in how the amendment was couched. I hope it answers that question. So the rest I will ask the CEO to fill it. CEO.
Thank you, Dr. P. On licensing of Unit 2, the process is underway as late as Tuesday, we were still receiving some supporting documents from the operator. But once we have received everything from ESCOM, we will complete our review and then prepare what is called a safety evaluation. We will start drafting the safety evaluation report, but there is an important part of this process that will still be undertaken, which is the documents, the relevant documents that come from the applicant will then have to be published for public comment. And the board of the NNR made it clear when the announcement was made on Unit 1 last July that the decision on the extension of Unit 2, they were deferring making a decision then to a later date before the expiry of the operational life of Unit 1 on the 9th of November. So there will be public comment phase, and there will be public hearings, following which we will then finalize the safety evaluation report, which then the board will engage with in order to arrive at the decision on Unit 2. So the board would have the benefit of the technical evaluation that is done, as well as the input that comes from the public engagement process, the comments, as well as the hearings. The public hearings will be undertaken in the Northern Cape and in the Western Cape at the locations that we did public hearings in last year in 2024. So that is the process that will still unfold between now and November the 9th. Daten Chabeleng, I take your point on the issues of global crisis, and that you give us an opportunity to possibly send in a comprehensive written response. I think at this point, I would just indicate that the issues of security threat assessments, these are undertaken by relevant entities in the security cluster, and the Department of International Relations and Coordination handles the issues related, whether it is Ukraine, Iran, US, and all of these global crises that you have spoken about. As we say, the mandate of the NNR and the department is on this platform. They always gently remind us that nuclear security is not the mandate of the NNR, and that they look after issues of nuclear security. We always engage with them to indicate the two are very closely related, because, of course, a security incident can lead to a safety incident, and therefore there is a need to work closely together on these matters. But I take the point that a comprehensive written response can be provided on this matter, but we limit ourselves to what the NNR Act is saying. And on the issue of why is the regulator not protecting taking a proactive approach to attract the sector, as we indicate, on the issuing of an authorization, there are all these requirements that some of them relate to, if you just take Quebec, it relates to the physical security of the plant. And so there is minimal requirements that interface with safety, but there's a lot of work that the ESCOM does with the security cluster related to other security issues on the plan. So we deal with issues of, is there a fence, is there guards, electrified fence, cameras, all of these other things. But as it relates to other sabotage, physical threats, and that, it is a process that the operator of the facility undertakes with the entities in the security cluster. Then there was a follow-up on the issue of Thuisspent and Dana-Fontein, and that why is there still a licensing process? So ESCOM is, a landowner. They own different sites. Going up on the west coast, there's another site called Bantam's Clip, but these sites have not necessarily then been assessed from a point of view of citing a nuclear facility, such as a nuclear power plant. And so this licensing process that had been underway, and my colleague can remind me, I think 20, you'll remind me when you get on the platform what date when we had public hearings related to the citing of Thuisspent, and that process where it is now was that it was found that there were still some studies that were deficient, and the applicant needed to get back to the regulator with additional information, which we still await. So yes, they have secured the site as a landowner, but the process of determining the suitability to put on those sites a nuclear power plant, that is what is underway. I'm going to ask Ndadendo to deal with the, just please provide a bit more information on the NVL and interfaces with the Navy. Thank you.
Thanks, CEO. The Thuisspent public hearings, they happened at the beginning of the COVID. I think it was the year 2020. And with regard to the NVL, my earlier question was tailored to the question as posed.
Apologies, your line is a little bit funny. I don't know if it's just on my side. There's like a strange background sound. Maybe unmute and try again, or mute and unmute. Could be on my side though. As I said earlier, I was experiencing that challenge. Let's try again, Mr. Ndo. Okay, even from your side. Okay. Let's try again, Mr. Ndo.
Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, I think so. Continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I started by indicating that the public hearings, they happened at the start of the COVID 2020 financial year for the Thuisspent. And there were information gaps that were identified with the information submitted by the applicant, and the applicant was informed. That information, some of it has still been received, and it was a mandatory information that needed to be received by the regulator before a decision is made. With regard to the NVL questions, my answer initially, it was tailor-made to the question that was relating to the removal of the military regulation of military vessels. But with the benefit of the follow-up questions, it is now clear that there is a need to explain how the NVL and nuclear vessel license is managed in South Africa. For all NVLs, nuclear vessel license, and this would be triggered by two requirements. Any vessel that is propelled by nuclear power is required to be regulated by the NNR, or a vessel that has got a radioactive material on board, it has to be regulated by the NNR. And these two vessels, some would be doing the commercial vessel, or either delivering nuclear fuel at Quebec. And for all these scenarios, what would be required is a full application that is submitted to the NNR. That application will be supported by the safety case. It would indicate the vessel number, the owner, the seaworthy certificate, and the supporting safety case, and the emergency plan of what then happens if something were to happen when the vessel is in our territorial waters. So all this information, when it's submitted to the regulator, we do our review. If we require additional information, we then talk to the applicant, and then once we are happy, we issue what is called a nuclear vessel license. And this nuclear vessel license is subject to conditions of authorization, and conditions of authorization relate to the financial security issues. The conditions of authorization relate to inspection of the nuclear vessel license by the NNR, and all the issues relating to the emergency. So the NNR monitors and do inspection on nuclear vessel licenses that are docking in our territorial waters. I think at a high level, that would be the answer for now. The NNR is comprehensively responsible for the safety of the NVL that are coming here from a regulatory point of view. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there anybody else here who from the entity may need to comment? But I'm also cautioning that on time. Okay, I think we are covered. Colleagues, can you see that it's 14:17? Can we have some quick consensus on whether we are going to take a break or not? We could take 20 minutes, we could take 15 minutes, we could take half an hour, but we're not going to take any more than that. Can I get quick views so that we agree as committee members?
I don't think we need to take a break. Let's move on.
All right. Is there any counter view to moving on? That means no break. Going once. Twice. All right. We will continue. So I'm now going to release, if I'm correct. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Mbata.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I think I was delayed a little bit. I suggest a 15-minute break. This is too much. We started at 10. We're now going across to 2. We need a 15-minute break. We're not construction workers here. We're using our minds.
Okay. Okay.
We need a break to do coffee and relax.
Okay.
People are going to have heart attacks there.
Okay, let's agree, colleagues, that we're going to come back at 14:40. That gives everybody a sufficient time to quickly run to the bathroom, grab a sandwich in front of the laptop. In the meanwhile, I want to thank the NNR for very comprehensive responses and patience with us as honorable members, especially given some of our time challenges from early in the morning. Thank you so much to them. And in the meanwhile, we're going to welcome, am I right, NRWDI, or did I get them confused?
That's correct, Chair. NRWDI, yeah.
All right, thank you. Honorable Chabele, go ahead very quickly.
I think this committee is just, doing everything irregular. I made a suggestion that we continue. You said it's going once, twice, and thrice. And then my colleague comes in and say, no, we must take a break. And then you rule on the break and you ruled on the continuation. What are we ruling on now? Because we are really confused. We are saying we must do one thing, and then there's another objection to that suggestion. They should have been saying, no, I either support or I object. There was no, we said, let's continue, and then now you're continuing. So please, we are confused now. Can we have proper process and rules? If a motion, a suggestion of this nature has been made, and it was ruled to say we are going ahead, we should have gone ahead and made sure that we finalize. But you take another suggestion after you've closed the session for opening for suggestions. So what is going on in this committee today?
All right. Honorable Chabileng, you made a proposal. I put the proposal to the committee. There was a counter view to that proposal, as we all heard from Honorable Mbata. I don't see a need for us to fight over a short lunch break. I think your point has been well made. I think that the point has been made as well to the actual chairperson. Let's work with each other. Let's cooperate. We're taking a 15, 20-minute break. I don't think it needs an actual debate on that, but thank you for raising that. And as I said, there was a counter proposal to it. There's really no need for us to fight over it. Let's all see each other at 14:40. We're releasing the NNR, and then we'll allow NRWDI to start at exactly 14:40. But thank you for raising your concern and your issue. Definitely, I'll be taking it back to the chair.
Chair, we'll be staying on this platform, eh?
Yes, we stay on the line. We're just taking our break. Thank you.
Justin, I understand I must give you co-hosting rights to project your presentation.
Mr. Kutse, were you speaking to me?
Yes, I've given you co-hosting rights to project the
Yes,
presentation
I do
when
have
it's
the
time.
presentation. I will flag the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to test quickly?
Okay, let's do that.
Mm. There we go.
Rico, is it fine?
That's fine. Just move a couple of slides, Justin. Yeah. No, that's fine.
The ANC.
Honorable Member, are we not going to, are we not supposed to start our meeting now? Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, honorable.
Afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon. I think we are supposed to reconvene again. I am told by the whip that we are supposed to start at 14:40. I wish to welcome everybody. It's a continuation or it's a new meeting. I'm not sure, but you are welcome in the meeting. And can we get a direction from the secretary?
Thank you, Chair. We're supposed to continue. It's a continuation of the meeting this morning, Chair. So now we'll be getting the presentation from NRWDI on the strat plan, APP, and budget, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Can we request NRWDI to take us through their presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Dora Modise. I'm the board chair of NRWDI for honorable members that I haven't met yet. I am here in this meeting with Mr. Justin Daniel, the Chief Financial Officer of NRWDI, and Mr. Ridwan Bakadin, the Chief Executive Officer of NRWDI, who was appointed about 2 months ago. So also an opportunity for this committee to meet the new CEO of NRWDI. I will just give a bit of a context in terms of the presentation, and I will then hand over to the CEO. So I'll do brief remarks, and the CEO will take us through the overview, some high impact programs, and what we have in the strategic plan and APP. And he will then hand over to the CFO, who will take us through some financials before we then conclude and take questions and comments from honorable members. Next slide. From a strategic perspective, the board that I chair is now on its third year. So we are on our final leg of our tenure since 2023, 24 financial year. When we started at NRWDI, honorable members that have been part of the committee would know the history and challenges of the organization. So we worked on just laying the foundations, understanding and clearly defining what the challenges were. That was, we started towards the end of 23-24 financial year. During 2024-25 financial year, we went into phase 2 that focused on just strengthening capabilities of the institute itself, which also included a rigorous process of identifying a new CEO. The previous CEO exited just at the end of the 23-24 financial year. We are now entering our third phase, where we are now focusing on consolidating and raising ambition in terms of where the institute is going. Next slide. We three key priorities that we've set, which we are still following and which informs the strategic initiatives that are being undertaken. Firstly, ensuring that we have an organization that fully delivers on its mandate. As honorable members know, and NRWDI has struggled over the years to get the operating license for VALPUs. The VALPUs, which is the main disposal site for nuclear waste, remains now, the function is still being seconded, so to say, to NECSA, because it's still operating under the NECSA license. However, we are now at the final stages of getting the license and just getting the team to fully deliver on that mandate. And over and above the license is to just get the key infrastructure program going to increase our capacity to manage and dispose nuclear waste, especially in line with the minister's priorities of expanding nuclear capabilities. So as a nuclear waste facility, we need to ensure that our future developments will cater for the load that would come on board with increased capacity. Secondly, ensuring that leadership and technical competence is there, and one that is fit for purpose, and that everyone is gainfully employed. So very much working on internal operations. And we're quite excited that CFO has been on board since April. CEO has been on board since April, and the board just approved his turnaround, also to say transition plan, which really talks to getting the team to do what it needs to do and drive us to where we would like to be as an entity that would punt above its weight, and that would be able to be seen as a force to be reckoned with, not just in the region, but globally as well. We are confident that we are now going towards the right direction in getting NRWDI to function at its optimum levels. Next slide, and I will hand over to the CEO. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day, Honourable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name, as introduced by our Chair of NRWDI, is Ridwan Bakadin, and I am honoured to have stepped into the role of CEO as of April of this year of the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute.
Okay, over to you, CEO.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I hear you. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I've just recently stepped into the role of CEO of the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. For the purpose of the presentation, we normally refer to it as NRWDI, and I'll go off camera at this point. South Africa has been managing radioactive waste related to the NECSA activities, as well as Eskom's Koeberg nuclear power plant for many decades already. And the National Repository at VALPUs in the Northern Cape has been operating since 1986. So NRWDI fits into this, having been established in 2016, giving effect to the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Act, and to give full effect to that act. The key functions of NRWDI, in terms of the constitution, in line with the constitution, is around the protection of people and the environment now and for the future, while also enabling economic and social development. This function is required by all countries with nuclear programs, where nuclear waste agencies or institute typically perform this role, and is in line with industry best practice. So to have an institute, a waste institute that is independent from the nuclear operators that produce nuclear waste. And we can see the alignment in terms of specifically the environmental responsibility for current as well as future generations, and the important role in managing radioactive waste. So looking at the legislative mandate for the organization, NRWDI is responsible for disposal of all forms of radioactive waste. And this encompasses the current operation of the Volput facility, which since 1986 has been the facility where we dispose low and intermediate level waste for the country. And in future, this requires also establishing suitable facilities for additional waste streams. And that includes specifically nuclear fuel, which is classified as high-level waste. So as a still relatively new Section 3A entity, the organization has been building capacity to take on the additional activities and building the capability to fully execute the mandate, as we see on the slide here. And this requires building and growing of skills in both nuclear skills and specifically in managing radioactive waste, and includes research and development activities to ensure that we have a clear strategy for the country and execute that strategy, as well as collaborating with other radioactive waste agencies and scientific institutions to ensure that we are abreast of best practice locally and internationally. So I'll then be moving on to just discuss and reviewing some of the high impact programs that NRWDI is responsible for. So firstly, we all understand the function of Volput and the operation of this site, which has been in operation since 1986, is currently with NECSA. And the last year has seen very good progress with completing the licensing process to acquire the license to operate Volputs. We've resolved successfully all of the open issues that had been raised by the nuclear regulator as part of the licensing process, and we currently await the license to operate this facility and then to take over the full operation of the facility from NECSA, South African Nuclear Energy Corporation. And in parallel, we have also over the last period been working very closely with NECSA to ensure that we have a really smooth transition and transfer of staff, systems, and the facilities themselves, and in terms of being able to ensure that we really maintain safety and the high standards of environmental compliance we've had through the operation of the facility and further improve the facility. The next area really talks to support of the Koeberg power station, and NRWDI has been working closely with Eskom to finalize the waste disposal solutions. And in the next, over the period of a strategic plan, we will be developing the detailed waste disposal solutions for components removed as part of that 20-year life extension of Koeberg, which is currently in progress, as had been referred to by the nuclear regulator. We see on the image there one of the 6 original steam generators. Now that component weighs over 380 tons. It's over 20 meters in length, and we need to be able to dispose of it in the optimal manner at our facility in Volputs. And in addition, there's a number of other similar components and equipment from the plant components that have been removed, including the reactor vessel covers. And so this work is currently part of our annual performance plan also to progress the activities of characterizing the waste and then developing the optimal solutions therefore. This image really shows the full life cycle for nuclear fuel and nuclear activities in any nuclear program. However, NRWDI's focus is specifically on the waste disposal activities, more on the right-hand side of the slide. Used nuclear fuel only makes up about 5% of the waste by volume. However, It makes up 96% of the waste in terms of radioactivity. So it's clear that that to answer the questions on how we manage used fuel for the next 30 years will be a key part of the function of NRWDI, and this is why we are busy with the project to implement a central interim storage facility. And thereafter, the permanent disposal in a deep geological repository will be an enabler for any all nuclear future plans for the country. A key part of our strategy will be working with international bodies to chart a way forward for South Africa in this space. So just if I can move on to the slide, just talking to the central interim storage facility. The environmental impact assessment for this facility is currently underway, and really that aims to identify and confirm the suitability of a site for the Central Interim Storage Facility, or CISF. Additionally, we're also in progress with the preliminary design work, and the image shown there was our initial perspective on what this facility will look like, but the design preliminary design work that's currently underway. We placed the contract just at the end of March of this year for that work to continue. That will determine what that end layout for that facility will look like, as well as all of the components and the elements that needs to be included in the design of that facility. So that's a critical activity, and both of these activities really constitute the critical path for this project. And the need for the facility is really just to ensure that we meet the needs of NECSA and Eskom to move fuel from their sites. And specifically with Koeberg, it helps address space limitations that they will have, but also ensures the optimal and most cost-effective solution to bridge the gap to the point at which a deep geological repository is established, and which we expect to be from 2065 onwards. Right, so the deep geological repository, and we see an image. This is actually from the Finland project, which is currently at the point of moving fuel in, used fuel in by next week. This really is the longer term trajectory for the organization, but it is important that we start putting the plans together and have that clear strategy and start executing that strategy for the DGR, and being mindful of the importance of public consultation in the site selection process, and through that we need to assure that all stakeholders with our activities and to provide that confidence that it will our plans comply with all nuclear regulatory and environmental requirements. So the focus is in the short term will be on the design of the central interim storage facility, but beyond that, it really then moves on to the long-term deep geological repository. I'll now move on to discussing the alignment with the strategic priorities of the 7th administration, and we can see there the alignment with the shareholder strategic priorities. And how the activities that NRWDI undertakes really plays into that through creating these facilities and the capability to take care of this project and the Falpits facilities that enables nuclear energy and supports nuclear energy plans for the country. Okay, so then I'll move on to the strategic plan and the annual performance plan for the organization, and really this feeds into the impact statement for NRWDI, which really is around working to provide a sustainable radioactive waste disposal solution for South Africa's current and future generations, and to support energy aspirations of the country. And the NRWDI life cycle over the past period since establishment has really been to ensure that we now get to the point we are ready to operate Falpits, and that is at the point of we're really close to closing that process and to obtaining the license. We believe the final decision rests with the nuclear regulator, and making the decision and awarding the license. The organizational infrastructure has been set up, and we've now established mature processes and a robust governance framework within the organization, as well as setting up the relationships and the interfaces with our key stakeholders, the waste generator, as well as the international bodies, the IAEA, as an example. And going forward, the focus now also shifts to progressing future facilities. So in terms of the mission and values and the vision of the organization, since pre-conception to 2016, we've managed to really get to a point that we are today. Going forward, however, it now requires really scaling up, building the capability of the organization and growing into the next phase of the organization. Our organizational structure is aligned to that, and yes, there have been some changes, as alluded to by the chairperson of the NRWDI board. But the intent and what we are currently working on is creating that stability within the organization to be able to execute all of the activities. So the organizational structure we have there provides that good governance within the organization and the ability to execute the program of work that we have ahead of us. While changes may still also be considered going forward. All right, so in terms of performance over the last few years, this reflection really shows that NRWDI has been a well-governed organization with robust controls in place. We've had 6 consecutive clean audits, currently awaiting the outcome of the previous year's performance. Due to some of the ups and downs in terms of, and some of the changes in terms of leadership and some, we do see that there has been a decline in performance. We expect that to stabilize, and in the previous year, we expect to see a somewhat of an improvement there. However, the intent and the message to the organization is that we do need to step up to perform well above the 80% that we're currently sitting at. I think over the last few years, the performance has been at 82% on average, but we are looking to really execute our APP at the highest levels over the next as we go forward. Right, so I'll move then into the high-level strategic plan, and there are 4 programs that NRWDI is seized with implementing, and the first one is really around the financial creating and ensuring a financially sustainable and capable organization. And that's through good governance, as well as equipping the organization with the skills, knowledge, and the infrastructure to execute that. The second program will then be enabled by adapting the organization to continuously improve on how all classes of radiological waste are managed, and really to increase margins to safety and environmental performance as we go forward. And this really talks to continuous improvement of the Valpits operation. The third program then talks to developing the central interim storage facility on schedule and on budget, and also bringing in other radioactive waste streams for disposal at Valpits, including, as we've spoken to, the waste from Kubo that supports the 20-year life operation. Then the fourth program really it's the core business of Valpits, also of NRWDI, which is to ensure 100% compliance, and really is a non-negotiable for the organization. Right, so just a little bit more detail on what that program one looks like in terms of administration. The first item there is really around maintaining that good governance and continuing with ensuring that we have an unqualified audit report, and that the controls are in place to execute that. Then we are also strengthening the legal and compliance framework for NRWDI, and we've now established a continuous review cycle of all of the acts, the legislation that pertains to operation of the NRWDI activities and facilities. with regular reporting to board and exco to ensure that we continue with high levels of compliance as an organization. The knowledge management strategy is critical to us. It's now being implemented through a detailed implementation plan that was approved in the previous financial year and runs over the next 2 years. And this is to ensure that we mitigate any risk of loss of some of the specialists that we are seeing. Some of the specialists are reaching the latter parts of their careers, so we need to build the organization and to continue with the knowledge that we have, but then also to build the institute's role as the leading radioactive waste management body in Africa, and really to punt above our weight on the world stage as well by implementing innovative solutions in this field. The next area then talks to the implementation of the IT strategy, which is really a backbone for the organization and the activities, both projects, monitoring, and the activities on the Vaal Pit site and operation thereof. Skills development is a deliverable that will get increased focus in the next few years. So we're currently embarking on revising our human capital management strategies and plans. And so it will be critical that work is progressed well. And we actually scale up to take on the additional responsibilities of the new facilities that are being implemented. The intent being that by 2030 we have the people and the facility to move that used waste onto used nuclear fuel onto Koeberg, the Vaal Pit site, or the site of the CISF rather. We are still considering the final site thereof. And then finally, in terms of financial sustainability, a key to all of our work and to enable skills development, economic transformation, and the medium to long-term radioactive waste management work being done by NRWDI, but needed by Eskom and NECSA and others, will be in securing a sustainable funding stream. So while we await the planned radioactive waste management fund bill to be implemented and established, we're also working with our board and the Department of Energy and Electricity to secure additional revenue streams. And so irrespective of the message to the organization, irrespective of the fund bill, we will be looking to ensure we can implement the work, and specifically the CISF, that activity and that project over the next few years, support the country. Right, and then if we move on to program 2, it really talks to the safe and environmentally sound operation of the Vaal Pit site in compliance with all of the requirements, and also ensuring we maintain and increase confidence of our stakeholders at the site. So that's through ensuring that we comply fully with the license and the license conditions. So we have a very clear target there for 100% compliance, and that's through percentage acceptance rate for all of the packages that we receive on site. So that requires working closely with waste producers, as well as ensuring that we comply with our waste acceptance criteria. Then public engagement, we've got 4 public safety information forums that will be held with communities, and surrounding that also that enables in strengthening the understanding of the surrounding communities, but the broader community around the work that we do, what NRWDI does, but also understanding the operation well. We believe that any concerns around radioactive waste management is and can be very well managed, and we have the capability and the organization and the facilities to do that. But we do need to bring the public into our confidence, and ensuring that they have confidence in our capabilities and the work that happens on these sites. And then finally, ensuring we have a clear target for ensuring that our workers also remain at below the required radiation exposure levels for operating that facility. I'll then move on to program 3. This talks to the CISF establishment, as discussed earlier, and also supporting Koeberg's long-term operation by developing waste plans for Koeberg's long-term operation. So for the CISF, the next year will really focus on the EIA, progressing that work and the preliminary design work. Those are the critical path activities that need to be progressed to ensure that we can move used fuel onto that site by our 2030 date, and that we achieve that target. Finally, the fourth program talks to the core business of compliance and safety culture improvement initiatives, and we want to ensure that the standards for radioactive waste management complies with the highest nuclear standards of excellence. So we are implementing an integrated management system to continue. We currently do have ISO 9001 accreditation and certification, but we are now moving to implement a fully integrated management system as part of our continuous improvement journey. Additionally, we are planning the critical inspections and audits that needs to be done to ensure the highest standards are maintained at the site. In terms of the specifically, we'll talk to foul pits, and then also to ensure that through our nuclear safety culture survey work that we enhance nuclear safety and security culture at the organization. So, Chair, that concludes the discussion on the strategic plan and the APP. I'll now hand over to our CFO, Mr. Justin Daniel, to take us through the financials for NRWDI.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to members of the committee. I am presenting through my CEO's laptop as I'm writing the presentation on my own, so it will appear as if my name is the CEO's name. My name is Justin Daniel. I'll quickly take you to a few slides this afternoon. We're looking at the budget trend and analysis for NRWDI over the MTF period, and I will speak to just quickly the revenue and the expenditure at a high level. And maybe as a start, in terms of the NRWDI Act, the entity can obtain its revenue from various streams. And the main streams being the income from services rendered in terms of, for example, the low-level waste fees, disposal fees, which would be coming from the waste generators. We'd also be able to receive money from the Radio Waste Management Fund, Radioactive Waste Management Fund, which, as we know, is yet to be promulgated. And we also receive funds through government appropriations. What we are showing today is the funding through the one stream being the government appropriations, and that's currently the only stream of funding whilst we are awaiting for the license and the promulgation of the fund itself. So 100% of our funding is received from the grant allocations, and as can be seen, our funding will increase from 52 million in the 25-26 year to 57.21 in the outer year of the MTF period, which is basically an increase of about 4.7% over the MTF. And for now, we are deriving our revenue from the transfer payments received in the form of the government allocations, and that is expected to increase, as I said, from 50.02 million to 54.71 in 27-28. However, once obtaining the foul pits nuclear installation license or the nuclear installation license for foul pits, we will be able to generate additional revenue in the form of waste disposal fees from radioactive waste generators, such as NEXA and Eskom, and those funds will be used for the purpose of the low-level waste operations at foul pits. In addition to that, we'd also be able to generate funds from the fund, which will be collected and raised in line with the polluter pays principle, and that would be used for our infrastructure projects. So currently, as you can see, we have probably a very small percentage of money coming through interest that we earn on our call account. That's between 3 to 4% over the MTF period, whilst the transfers received from government accounts for around 96 to 97% of our current budget. But as we look on that budget, we also see, and maybe to quickly speak to the expenditure, it's also going to increase from 52 million in 25-26 to 57.21 in 27-28, and we work towards a balanced budget. And as can be seen from our expenditure trends, our compensation of employees actually contribute to 86.5% of the total budget. And that is quite a significant portion, but we will explain it in the next slides. Whilst goods and services contributes 11.3% and depreciation a small percentage. And the reason for that is because our budget currently excludes the Falpits operations budget, which is still to be added onto our budget once we've obtained the license. This function is currently being performed by Nexa and will be transferred to us once we've obtained that license. Our number of staff when we prepared the MTF was 52, including the Falpit staff that would be transferred over. And over the MTF, we would want to fill critical vacant posts, both through funding from funds received from waste generators for the low-level waste operations, as well as the increase in grants that we would receive from Treasury that we are hoping to lobby for in terms of correcting the baseline, which should then fill the other vacant, they are approved but unfunded posts in the organization. And this slide really shows the expenditure by program, and it really shows that the administration component of the program is accounting for 68% of the costs. It does look a bit skew in a sense, whilst the other percentages are allocated to the operations itself, which is 32%. However, we take into account that this excludes the Falpits operations. And once we add that budget onto this budget in going forward, that trajectory will change, where we'll now see the administration budget becoming around 38% and the operations budget moving to 62%, which is more or less what we'd want to see in terms of a fair budget split across the operations. Similarly, when we look at expenditure by economic classification, the compensation of employees is sitting at 86.5%, and that's because currently we are driving a lot of the work through the one bodies in the organization. We're unable to outsource many of our services, etc., with the constrained budget, as well as the fact that when we add on the Falpits operations budget, we will see that trajectory changing, whereas the compensation of employees will move to around 60%, and the goods and services budget will then increase to around 38%, which is kind of more of an acceptable norm in terms of budgeting for compensation of employees against the rest of the operations. With that, Chairperson, I hand over back to the CEO for the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. So in conclusion, NRWDI is currently awaiting the license award to operate and fully take on the responsibility for the Falpits site, and to do so also in compliance with all of the safety and environmental standards. The CISF project will provide the longer-term solution for high-level radioactive waste storage, and will be a critical project. It's a strategically important project also for the country, and enables industrialization, innovation, skills development, as well as economic transformation opportunities. The funding will require resolution, and really that is a driver for project activities being undertaken by the Institute. So we're working very closely with a number of parties to resolve that issue within this at the earliest possible opportunity, and to fully execute the mandate of NRWDI. And this really enables growing the organization as the leading agency for radioactive waste and disposal thereof in Africa, and really representing South Africa in engaging with the international bodies, including the IAEA and other international waste management and disposal organizations. And the longer term then will be the focus that shifts to the deep geological repository and creating that long-term clarity for the country in terms of radioactive waste management. So NRWDI has laid the foundations for growth and aims to achieve excellent performance going forward. And we now will be growing the organizational capacity to fully execute its mandate as per the NRWDI Act number 53 of 2008. Thank you. And with that, Chairperson of the NRWDI board, back to you.
Thank you very much, CEO and Honorable Chair. We submit just maybe one or two issues to emphasize. The license for Valputs, we do have indication that it should be serving on the regulator's next board meeting agenda, which is scheduled for July. So hopefully then we will get that approval by July, and we'll be able to proceed as per CEO's presentation. The other key issue for us on the radar, which is very critical, is the Radioactive Waste Management Bill, which we are hoping should be finalized in the next 6 months or so, because that bill is quite critical in terms of ensuring the financial health of NRWDI and the proper revenue flows for radioactive waste disposal. So that is another key issue that we are carefully tracking. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. We submit.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I see, is there anybody else from NRWDI that needs to speak, or are we comfortable? Can I open up a round for discussion?
Nothing further from NRWDI, Chairperson.
Excellent. Thank you very much, honourable members. We're going to take the style of questioning that we were wanting to trial out in the past. And effectively, colleagues, that means I will ask a question and get a response directly from the entity, from NRWDI, and then I'll do a follow-up. So the way we're going to do this, and it only works if we are respectful to the meeting and the process, is we're going to allocate a maximum of 10 minutes at most per member. And let me explain what that 10 minutes includes. It includes the response. So if I say, what is the financial outcome of X? Then you respond. Then I ask the next question, you respond. If we reach 10 minutes, that's it. So you can use your whole 10 minutes to ask questions, but you won't get responses. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to use a timer and be quite strict. But it is an important way for us to actually just trial out the style of questioning that we've been wanting to do over the last couple of weeks. So honourable members, with that, can I now note hands? And then to the team from NRWDI, I know it's a little bit different, but we want to do it in a way where we don't lose questions, but also in a way in which we can more thoroughly perform our oversight roles. I'm seeing Honourable Nchabeleng. We're going to note you first, and then I'm going to start the timer on the other watch. Like I said, 10 minutes, and the way it will work, NRWDI, please be on standby. The moment Honourable Nchabeleng says, this is my question one, you will come in and answer, and then we'll go back to him, etc., until we reach that 10 mark. And then the last point, members, you don't have to use your 10 minutes. It's really just to prevent us from going well into the night. It's really just an upper limit. It's not the lower limit in that way. Honourable Nchabeleng, we'll come to you, and then afterwards, Honourable Nkosi. Thank you. Honourable Nchabeleng, I can't hear you. You're not.
Okay. Sorry, Chair. On
Oh,
that
sorry.
one.
I'm seeing two of your devices. I think that's where I got confused. Back to you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think my question is mainly on the nuclear innovation, as well as research and the area of nuclear waste material recycling. You know, what has NRWDI done in respect to advancing this area, which is currently a huge area in the world? There's a lot of work happening overseas where a lot of private investment firms are now going into setting up of private nuclear reactor, modular reactor, SMRs, and they are using nuclear waste as a source fuel in order to fuel the current nuclear reactors. We know even the likes of Bill Gates has gone into that space. We know the likes of EnergyX, I think. We know there's a lot of other private equity firms that have actually invested in major research environment. And a lot of these scientists, by the way, nuclear scientists, are South African based. They've moved to the US. They're currently working for these major international funds that have now set up this private equity nuclear ventures to actually advance work in the modular reactor space. This is a major opportunity. I didn't see any indication of the recycling process that is currently happening in order to reutilize the fuel on that side of it, and I could have missed it, but based on what I've seen in terms of the presentation and the strategic objectives, I think it should be included within the outfit's objectives, to say that they need to start encouraging South Africans and actually creating a space and an opportunity for nuclear waste to be recycled and be reused, and create nuclear facilities that could actually assist South Africa in terms of harnessing the current, unspent nuclear fuel and energy that is sitting in the recycling side of it. So I just wanted to ask that question first, and then I can proceed to the others.
Thank you, Chair. Should I proceed?
Yes, that's exactly it.
All right. So we're happy to be participating as the guinea pigs for this new approach. So yeah, just in terms, there's a few questions in there, and firstly, I must also indicate that as the Waste Institute, a lot of the discussions that we're talking about here are more in the mandate of the nuclear operators for future nuclear activities. However, we do work closely with our colleagues across the nuclear industry. So maybe if I could start up with nuclear waste recycling. Now, this is something that, as South Africa, and I know Eskom has also done as its own research to look at the option for nuclear waste recycling, specifically for the Koeberg nuclear power plant. That is something that is feasible and similar. Well, when I say feasible, it can be done. Similar power plants in France, for example, using the same design, they do recycle fuel. It is quite a technically challenging process and quite an expensive process as well. But typically, the economies of scale would be the issue here for South Africa. We would need around between 10 and 20 gigawatts of nuclear production on nuclear power plants to make this an economically viable option for the country. But it can be done, and there is benefit from a waste perspective, in that it does reduce the long-term radioactive signatures of that waste, and improves or decreases the time for decaying of the radioisotopes. So there is benefit to do that. However, currently, it's not something that is economically feasible when one looks at the current program of activities. And then I think a lot of the other questions in terms of the link to small modular reactors, it's something that the operators would need to talk to in terms of looking at the options for utilizing the used fuel to regenerate, to produce fuel. As far as we are currently aware, for the new reactors out there, however, the small modular reactors, they would typically use new but higher enriched fuel for many of those small modular reactors. There is a challenge with using recycled fuel, as it is much more difficult to manage. New fuel can basically be touched, but used fuel, whether it's been recycled or not, needs to always be shielded from any usage thereafter. It is different to manage. I think just in terms of the low-level recycling and intermediate-level recycling, this is something that we do work with our colleagues in the nuclear industry on, to ensure that we minimize the footprint of radioactive waste. So those options for managing the things like the Koeberg's old steam generators, the plans that we are currently developing will take into account minimizing the radioactive footprint, to as far as possible be able to dispose of the waste without having to utilize our radioactive waste disposal facilities. And similarly, many other activities, just reutilizing the clothing and the equipment used at the site through decontamination activities. That is work that the operators do. However, for the specific activities around the Koeberg old steam generators and managing its waste, we will be looking to reduce the footprint of the waste by, as far as possible, removing the radioactive items from the clean parts of those components to be able to dispose more efficiently and also at a lower cost.
Thank you, Honorable Ntshabeleng.
So
Any
if
other
I'm
questions?
Theo Ridwan, are you saying that there is no scope right now for recycling as well as research facilities that are looking at using this particular, nuclear waste in South Africa in order to create what is currently happening globally, where people are creating this SMRs technology and they are using the existing nuclear waste facilities that they are actually buying? Is there any local, any international company buying our waste or using it for that kind of particular research? And is there any South African companies that are existing, that are currently experimenting for innovation purposes and to create product using nuclear waste material? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntshabeleng. Currently, we are not aware of any country or any companies doing that. Now, the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, NECSA, typically this would be part of their mandate to investigate this sort of innovative opportunities. And going forward, as recycling becomes possible, I think then it could be on the table to utilize recycled fuel in potential reactors going forward. However, nothing is on the table at present for the country.
Okay, and then with regards to your skills development in the nuclear sector, from the waste recycling as well as a research institute unit, what are you doing from that point of view in terms of skills development, encouraging of nuclear, expertise as well as based practice, within the sector? Is there any program that you're advancing? We've seen earlier with, I think, SANEDI, where they are embarking on a massive, skills development drive. And it was not only SANEDI, there are other institutions that are actually doing a similar environment. Is there any work for skills development and for opportunities that people can get, communities and opportunities available?
So in terms of the skills development, this will be an important part of the work that we do. It's part of our APP as well. We do have the human capital management strategy, really talking to skilling up the employees and the staff within the nuclear, the Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute for the future activities. And so that will be through our current plans. In addition, though, I'd like to point out that we are currently engaging with a number of universities, and over the next few months, we intend setting up and finalizing a number of memorandums of understanding and agreement with these universities for a number of reasons. One is in terms of skilling up or skills development, but also to assist with research and development. We also similarly are working with some of our colleagues internationally in a number of countries to set up similar memorandums of understanding. And part of the discussion that we're having there would be around exchanging training opportunities. And within the South African and broader nuclear industry, I think that'll be very important. And we already have had programs with other countries where they've sponsored burses to study in their country. So previously with South Korea, and now there's something that we've done with Russia. And maybe just the last point that I'd like to mention is we currently are bringing in a number, and we have a number of interns on our books to really expose them to lack of a better word, expose them to nuclear expertise, the work that we do in the nuclear space. So we're using internships also as a key plan to broaden the base of nuclear, and hopefully in future these move into becoming professionals.
Okay, please wrap up. We've reached our 10-minute mark. Honorable Chabaleng, I must apologize, but we now need to move to the next member, just to be fair to everybody. Honorable Nkosi, let's go to you. Your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also want to welcome the presentation. Chair, I'll just go straight to the question since I only have 10 minutes. The current reliance on the government grants makes NRWDI vulnerable to budgetary shifts and uncertainties. So, Chair, I believe that the establishment of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund is paramount to ensure a sustainable and predictable revenue stream. So, Chair, my question is, what is the timeline for the finalization and implementation of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund bill? And what is the projected revenue contribution for this fund, maybe for 2025, 2026, if the Radio Waste Management Fund bill is already active? Also, Chair, I wanted to check, are there any other significant revenue streams anticipated for 2025, 2026 financial year? That is the question for now.
Okay, can I come in, Chair?
Please, you don't need my permission. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. And maybe CFO might want to talk to the numbers, if any. But on the Radioactive Waste Management Fund, I was quickly checking through the list if the shareholder is here. There is the process that's being run by the department. The last update we received was that it's about to enter the parliamentary process because it has to be centered into law as an act of law. It's been going through public consultations and all the other processes. The last estimate we had was within 6 to 12 months, which then would mean that the Radioactive Waste Management Fund bill might not, even if it does get passed by Parliament in this financial year, there wouldn't be any revenue stream flowing from it because there would still be establishment processes that follow. However, we do agree with you, Honorable Nkosi, that the full reliance on government allocation for a public entity is not sustainable. Once we get the license, hopefully in July, and start operating Valputs brings with it also a particular revenue stream, and CFO will quickly give the amount that then would allow for mainly operations and some key programs within, but certainly not the large infrastructure project like the CISF as indicated by the CEO. But for that kind of a catalytic project, like he mentioned, we are now working with key partners in the sector, mainly ESCOM, and then we are also talking to the DBSA to explore more innovative ways of financing the infrastructure projects themselves. But with the budget that we've put in place, we haven't factored in any revenue that would be flowing in through the Radioactive Waste Management Fund bill because we anticipated it wouldn't be ready in any way. CFO, can you quickly just comment on the revenue stream we might anticipate following the handover of Valputs?
Thank you, Chairperson. And just maybe to indicate, yes, once the license is obtained by NRWDI, we would work on the principle of the funds follow the function. So currently, the Valputs low-level waste operations is funded by the waste generators themselves, it's Eskom and Nexa. And the average budget over the MTEF period is an average of around 50 million rand. But those funds will be ring-fenced for the low-level operations. And what we intend on doing there in terms of our financial sustainability plan, which has been developed and approved whilst waiting for the fund bill, is we would also be reviewing the costs of the low-level waste operations based on the tariff methodology exercise that we would conduct to see that the cost of operating Valputs in going forward, we would be reviewing the tariff of the waste disposal fees and so on. So that is around 50 million, but we would be also looking to optimize the efficiencies within that process. And that's just to do with the low-level fees that would be collected from the waste generators post the license obtaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other question I have, Chair, is what are the key risks identified in the 2025-2026 financial year, particularly regarding the delays in facility development, public acceptance, budget constraints, and what are the mitigation strategies in place that you probably already have? Thank you.
Okay, CEO, proceed.
Thank you. So probably the one that stands out most significantly would be the financial viability of those projects. So that's where, and also from that risk and our risk matrix, we've identified a number of mitigation plans. Some of them the CFO has now spoken to, over and above the establishment of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund bill. We're talking to funds from or working with the waste generators, like Eskom and then the DBSA, other institutions to secure funding, as well as then we spoke about the tariff. So it is aligned, and that's probably the most significant risk that we currently have. In addition, there are a number of other risks that we do manage as part of the risk matrix for those projects, which include specifically stakeholder engagement and the importance thereof. Going through the environmental impact assessment process will require engaging a public engagement process of some form or the other, and that would be dictated by the regulations in this matter. And so we would need to ensure that we really implement the mitigation actions that we have in place around the communication programs, engaging with the stakeholders, the communities around the sites, the broader stakeholders in terms of specifically the CICF. And there are small things in here as well, smaller things like the condition of the roads that impact on the stakeholders' perspective on the site, and the ability for them to support these kinds of projects. So stakeholder engagement is also clearly very significant for us. The other area that will also, and for any nuclear project, it's around regulatory challenges that may arise. So we are currently working with or preparing an early engagement program of work, and will be And the regulatory process follows the initial environmental work as well as the preliminary design work we're doing. But we are currently preparing to engage the regulator in early engagement process to ensure that we understand clear what the regulations would impose upon the organization or the entity as we proceed with that project. Chair, so those are three. I don't want to run through the entire risk matrix, but those are three of the most significant risks that we have.
Honorable Kosi, is there anything else from your side?
No, thanks, Chair. No, I'm covered.
Perfect. 9 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done. An achievement. Right, let's move to the next honorable member. I'm seeing Honorable Bapti is next on my list, followed by Honorable Paulson, and then Honorable Mbata. Honorable Bapti, your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is pretty straightforward. I understand the difficulties and complications around cost estimating and build time estimating, but do we have any idea or reasonable idea of the cost and time frames for the build of the interim storage facility? There has to be some guideline figure at this stage as to what we can expect. Have some information on that. Thank you.
Okay, apologies. I may have, I don't know if it was just me, I missed some of the...
No, it's not just you, Honorable Bapti. It's okay, I'm pausing the timer for you. Can you try again for us?
Is that any better?
It's a little bit better. Could you please repeat your questions because we missed them? You had fallen off.
Try and make it as short as I can. Cost estimates and build time estimates on the interim storage facility. Do we have any idea what they are?
Right, Chair,
does it help?
Yeah, I think that's okay. Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I take it this one would be for myself, so I'll respond to Honorable Bapti. In terms of the cost estimating for the central interim storage facility, that work is currently being, it really is linked to the preliminary design work that we are currently doing, because that specifies the size of the facility, the distance between the storage of the various waste containers that we would have on site. So the size as well as the additional facilities that goes with the interim storage facility. So that would be, do we need things like a concrete batching plant, and different areas on that supports that facility. So the preliminary design work will be the determinant of the costing that we end up with. We've currently, our previous estimate, and in our strategic plan, we have also indicated a value of around 1.9 billion rand for the full extent of the project. And that would be by 2030. 2030, we intend to then be moving that used fuel from the Koeberg site specifically to the central interim storage facility. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bapti, do you have any other questions or follow-ups?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. You will take the prize for the shortest amount of time. Honorable Paulson, I'm going to start your timer now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Bakadine and Ms. Modisi for the presentation. Chairperson, I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. The budget for Program 1 was increased by 4.4% to 35.4 million for the 2025-2026 financial year. So I'd like to know what informed the reduction in output indicators from 11 in the previous financial year to 6 in the 2025-2026 financial year.
CFO? Oh, okay.
Okay, Chair, I will have the CFO with me, so you will answer through me, I guess.
Yes.
Over to you, CFO.
Thank you. So there were a number of targets on the APP in the 24-25 financial year, which we had reviewed. And we had found that a lot of those targets could have been in our annual operating plan and not necessarily in the APP. And we put more focus on the very strategic APP areas within the APP, in the APP itself. So while there may have been budget reductions, or on the one hand, we are using internal resources in the main to drive a lot of the Program 1 targets. They're very internally driven and it doesn't have a direct relationship with the budget itself. However, some of the targets that were there, as indicated, we found to be more operational, and then they were moved into the AOP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So in staying with Program 1, there are no targets related to procurement or designated groups such as women, youth, people with disabilities included in the annual performance plan. Why?
Those particular targets, we have looked at it in terms of the annual operating plan. Because as indicated, we had to choose the ones that we wanted to be in the APP, but we still work within our SCM policy, which tries to drive all of those targets, and we monitor it through the AOP and through the divisional contracts that we have in place. So that is something that is very much on our radar, specifically in terms of our overall BE targets as an organization.
Thank you. In Program 2, 96% of Program 2's budget is allocated to compensation of employees. So how will the physical security upgrades to Walpit's site be funded?
Okay, so the anomaly on Program 2, as we have it in our books currently, is at NRWDI office in Pretoria. We only have the warm bodies on that particular program. However, the Walpit's operations itself, which constitutes at least 46 to 50 million rand of the budget, is not housed within NRWDI at this point in time. Therefore, it was indicated that once that budget moves over to ourselves, it would change the trajectory. So what we're seeing on that budget is really the compensation cost of persons in that unit, rather than the operating cost, which is sitting currently in the Nexa books and will be transferred to us on the funds or the funds follow function principle once we've obtained the license. Thanks.
Thank you. Last question, Chairperson. In Program 4, the target for the number of compliance inspections completed remains at 2 for this financial year and for each year of the medium term. How will can NRWDI clarify how many sites require inspection and why the target does not increase annually? Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Paulson. Yes, just in terms of the number of inspections, currently the APP as well as the budget and the strategic plan is focused on current activities of NRWDI. With Walpit's coming on board, those are currently still covered under the Nexa operational plan under its budget. So what we're looking at there would be focus on the inspections and the audits done for the, as CFO had mentioned, the warm body activities that's sitting at our head office function. So that is as per previous activities. But we can expect to see when we present in the next financial year with Walpit's having come into NRWDI, that there would be a different picture with the number of inspections. It would be very regular, the inspections, and typically aligned with every time a shipment comes onto site, there'd be an inspection and much more frequent audits as well for that goes with that. I trust that clarifies that question.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's all from me. And
Thank you very much, Honourable Paulson. Honourable Mbata, I'm going to begin your 10 minutes now. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. The radioactive waste future looks impressive if you tell me that from the little that I know. However, I still have concerns from the last presentations that you did to the committee. You indicated to us that there were players whom you could not account for their part of their radioactive waste. And up until now, I seem not to understand what are the ramifications or what could be done to make sure that you actually become the body that everybody has to account to and deposit. And that I need also to establish, do you have consequences that you can propose legally, institutionally, or per mandate to make sure that those, among others, who divert and actually do not make radioactive waste available to you guys for deposits? Because if there are a 2 or a 3 players, that's actually troubling in a population of 62 million, because you do not know what is it that is intended to be done with that radioactive waste. That's 1. 2, I would like to know how many in your organogram currently, how many staff members that belongs to a grouping that you will ordinarily call the age, which means how many of your staff members who are actually nearing the retirement? And do you have leadership programs that will enable the replacement and some sort of new blood training or new generation training, so that the space doesn't actually run out of South Africans? 3, I would like also to know if you have been able, maybe through not this department, but maybe mineral and mineral resources before, have you ever suggested other innovative financing or funding programs? Not necessarily that this one is a problem, but to enable yourselves to at least maybe share internationally what other organizations like yourselves or that operates like yourself, how do they actually get actively financed, either by the state or by those institutional structures that liaise more often with them? Thank you. I hope I made it within 10 minutes.
Yeah, you still have some time. Let's get the responses, and then if there's time for follow-ups.
Yeah, I'll take 2 later then.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. So the first one in terms of the previous presentation. So maybe I wasn't in those discussions, but as I understand from the question, and actually let me get to the second one first, just in terms of the leadership programs and the aged population. The concern is not so. We've got a lot of newer staff, I think, within the organization. However, what we are finding is that many of the senior staff are now in the region of 50 plus. This is among the leadership of the organization, and specifically in the executive team, that we do see that age profile where a number of them are approaching sort of retirement age. Hence we've got a grouping of people that are In the, I would say, age group 30 to or 25 to 35, quite a big grouping, and then another big grouping in the age group 55 and 55 to 62. And that's the concern, that group that's there with a lot of experience from the industry, working with within the nuclear sector, that we then need to replace. But also it talks to leadership, because it is the executive leadership. We do have quite a comprehensive leadership program that is kicking off this year already, and it's one of my, in terms of the leadership transition plan that my transition plan that the chairperson had spoken about. One of the activities in there is the leadership development work, but and we have also engaged a specialist in organizational development, and one of the key items from there has been the execution of a leadership development program that is being rolled out in this financial year. It's being done under our AOP, our annual operational plan. We have a succession plan that has recently come to our exco and will be going to board as well fairly soon. That will also highlight this. So we'll have that discussion there with oversight from board. All right, so that's the second question there, Honourable Mbata. Just the third one, and maybe the CFO can assist with this as well. Yeah, just looking at those other innovative financing programs that are being implemented internationally that we could bring in.
Thank you. And it is correct. In developing our funding model, we took to the study of the various countries that was funding nuclear, and we looked at the various models of how these were funded across the globe. And it is an international phenomenon that waste disposal agents across the globe, they're funded by a combination of funding from various sources, but the ultimate is based on the polluter pays principle, and this principle is actually a very universal principle in the funding of nuclear disposal, waste disposal. But also the model goes on to indicate, for example, the reason for this and how this happens in terms of supporting operational independence, delivering adequate funding, and supporting the delivery of all radioactive waste disposal objectives, whilst also maintaining the confidence of those who are providing the funding. And we looked at this in the South African context as well, where we have a situation of the declining grants from the state for government-funded organs, where grants are diminishing. And together with the radioactive waste management policy and strategy of 2005, which states that the radioactive waste management fund should be established, that we saw as the ultimate model for us. We just, I think, in the process of establishing it. And whilst we're establishing that model, we have developed a financial sustainability plan to look at ways and means of us obtaining our funding in the absence of that waste management fund being promulgated. And that would include donor funding to start some of our key projects until we get to a point of establishing that and tapping into some of the infrastructure grants that we can at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may then just add on to Mr. Daniel's report back there, it is international practice, and maybe also my experience in previous roles that I've conducted, where I've seen that typically the waste generators, the principle is the generator pays for waste management over the life of its running its facility, and that's the standard internationally as well. And typically there'd be a fund established and managed that all waste management activities and decommissioning activities for the facilities would draw upon that funding. And then, Honourable Mbata, just going back to the first question there in terms of previous reports. So just to confirm, the waste inventories for South Africa are reported to the IAEA by the waste generators of Koeberg, Nexa, Itemba Labs. We We do also have the issue around potential for what's called orphan sources, where there may be sources that there are no owners. Currently, that is handled by NECSA. That is something that, as part of the transition and probably a bit further into the future, not directly linked to Farpit's facility operation, that NRWDI will take on the mandate. And this is part of the full execution of the mandate by NRWDI, that we will also then take responsibility for things like orphan sources. What we did see last year, though, is that we have now issued a national, and we are now taking on the full responsibility for publishing a radioactive waste inventory report, as well as maintaining the national database for waste, radioactive waste for the country. Thank you.
Okay, our 10 minutes have come to a conclusion for you, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Everybody, I must close you. Thank you very much, honourable members, for those questions. Can I see, are there any other honourable members who want to ask NRWDI questions? I think we've gotten pretty much everybody. I'm not opening up for members who've spoken. I'm saying for members who have not. If there is anything, I'm just trying to take a look. All right, I think we're comfortable. Now, just before we move towards closure to the NRWDI team, is there anything from the Chair and CEO you may want to say in as concluding remarks?
Chair, perhaps not, but mainly just to thank the committee for the time and for all the questions. Nothing more to add from my side, CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I also just thank you for I appreciated this manner of asking questions, and thank you also to all of the members for the interest in the activities that we are conducting. I look forward to presenting at the next opportunity further results and as our strategy evolves, the progress on the activities that we are implementing at NRWDI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. We really do appreciate it. And also, perhaps not the best use of words, but NRWDI being the proverbial guinea pigs for this type of questioning, but I think it went quite well. So thank you very much to yourselves and to honourable members for the decorum and for the cooperation. Look at what an incredible process we can do and the kind of information we can get in terms of our oversight role when we work together as a team. And I think it's important to say that, given how we started off the meeting this morning. But thank you so much to the NRWDI team. We are going to officially release you. We know you've been with us for quite some time, so thank you so much to them.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just give about 30 seconds there.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, honourable members, given our decision at the earlier part of this morning's meeting, we have decided that it was insufficient time to take the DEE presentation. That means that it will table in tomorrow evening's PC meeting. You'll note that there is compulsory virtual members training from, I think it's from 2 to 4:30 or something of that nature. At 5 o'clock on the dot, whether that is training is done or not, we must start, because now we're going to deal with two matters tomorrow. That is, of course, as I mentioned, the DEE presentation, but also what was the initial intention of that meeting, which was the battery energy storage IPP situation. So please, let's cooperate with each other tomorrow as well, and let's ensure that we actually get our work done. To my knowledge, Rico, are there any other outstanding issues or announcements?
No, Chair, just to indicate that the link will be sent now to members for tomorrow's meeting, including the program for the meeting. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. And honourable members, please also recall that tomorrow's meeting will be virtual, but it will also be live streamed on the parliamentary system and on the parliamentary YouTube channel. And I think it is important for us to always remember that we don't exist in these spaces for ourselves. All of us were elected to these seats, and we have a job, of course, to play and a role to play to hold the executive accountable. But in the same way, we must also inspire confidence in parliamentary processes. And it's always important to note that we are under that level of scrutiny. But thank you very much. I think we're ending the meeting on a better note than how we started it. And we look forward to the engagements tomorrow. I will also have a discussion offline with the chairperson to see if we can continue with this type of questioning style, which I think did bring quite a productive and fruitful way of getting information out. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is officially closed.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.